What's going on, my friends? Hope you're enjoying your Wednesday afternoon. This is the best of the Rip City Drive with Chad Doing. And literally, as I'm putting this together for you, I'm watching Oregon State in the College World Series. I'm enjoying the beautiful sunshine. And now I'm off to a bunch of meetings. I've got a lot of unfortunate work to do today. I think you can all relate to that, where you've got to be in this meeting. You've got to do this for your boss. You've got to put these things together. Just a lot of chaos. So I thought, you know what? I'm going to open up some time and we'll have some fun. I'll put together a best of the Rip City Drive with Chad Doing. And I selected some things from a wide variety of areas that I think you'll enjoy. And so that's what we're going to do today. A little preview of things you're going to hear today. Dennis DeYoung, rock and roll legend with Styx, of course. I had a chance to catch up with him several years ago. I'm a big fan of his, and he's a great songwriter and a great musician and one heck of a personality. Also a big sports fan, having come from the Chicago area. So we're going to hear from him. We're also going to hear from Frank Stallone. As you know, I'm a huge fan of Rocky, and I've been after Sylvester Stallone for years, and I've been unable to put that interview together, but I did get a chance to catch up with his brother, Frank Stallone, who is very talented in his own right with a number of different things that he's done. So fascinated by all of his work, and so we'll get a chance to hear from Frank Stallone, and we're going to do some good things today. But we're going to start out with this. You know, if you looking back through the years that I've been on radio, I would say the number one thing that people approach me on, without question, aside from Isaac and some of the ridiculous things that he's done, like buying an entire salmon and hiking it back to his college campus. It looked like a boat oar, you know, spending almost $300 on salmon, you know, like most college students do, of course. Aside from stories about Isaac and some of the funny things that he's done, SEC guy is the number one thing that people bring up. Hey, what was that guy's name that, you know, when the Ducks were, you know, with Chip Kelly and they're making a run to the BCS championship game? SEC guy, who I think might be in semi-retirement now. He's still hanging out in Mooresville, Alabama. He's a big SEC honk, and one day he decided to call into the show. Now, this goes back to 2010, and I was doing the morning show on a different station, and it was all about the Ducks. They were unbeaten, and they were on a pathway, a collision course, with either Auburn or Alabama in the national championship game. And out of nowhere, we got a phone call from a guy who went by the name of SEC guy. Now, keep in mind, it was me, the Godfather Dwight James, and former Duck Anthony Q. Newman, who were in studio. An SEC guy calls in, and I think my favorite thing about this call, aside from just being mind blown by some of the stuff that SEC guy was saying, was you can hear it in Anthony Q. Newman's voice as the conversation went along, and some of the stuff that SEC guy was saying, Q was starting to get really upset. And what finally put him over the top was when SEC guy said that the NFL couldn't drop a bucket into the SEC. And then Newman's like, this is my show, and started getting crazy with it. So it's the first ever call that he made. He is the number one thing that people bring up to me. And so I thought we'd start off the best of with the first ever call from SEC guy. Take a listen. Let's go to the phones. He wants to be called the SEC guy. What's up, SEC guy?
Look, let me just start off by saying I'm here on business, not by choice, by the way. I'm here on business, and I was listening to your sports station, and I got to be honest with you on this. I've been listening since Monday, and A, you don't have a good show. B, I can't believe all the crying and fussing and whining that you West Coast California types have going on about an SEC team being number one in the BCS rankings. Here's a story on this. How many straight national championships have we won? About 10. How many Heisman trophies have we won? About 10. What is it that makes you think that you deserve to be ahead of Auburn? I don't understand. Listening to some of your phone callers, you think that you guys have beat hell in a handbasket of a schedule. All Auburn's done, and I don't like them. I'm a Bama man myself, and they're going to get theirs coming up. They're going to get theirs, trust me. But when I look at your schedule, I mean, you're playing USC. Carroll and them boys don't have anything left anyway because they went on probation and had all the players suspended. So when I look at what an SEC team has to go through, Steve Spurrier, you got to beat the likes of a Nick Saban. You got to beat a Gene Chizik. I mean, we got it all over you, left, right, forward, and backward.
Hey, you know, first of all, SEC guy, I appreciate that you don't like the show. But second of all, let me tell you something about Oregon. They are ranked number one in both polls, and they have have absolutely dominated their competition this year, and they've scored at least 42 points or more in every single game. That's pretty darn good.
Yeah, that's called sissy football. You know why? Because you're not playing anybody that even knows how to tackle. I call it foo-foo cake boy.
Well, what about Tennessee? Tennessee plays in the SEC.
Tennessee's our dregs. We're ashamed of Tennessee, and you know what? We ran out there coaching. Guess what? Now he's on the left coast as well.
Got a point
trash
there.
that we took out. We took out the trash and gave them to you, and that's what you have now. Congratulations. The best team that you have going for you, and your favorite team is USC, right? Because they represent you. Well, guess what? We gave them our very worst coach that we could have once we got rid of Sylvester Croom. He was the last place coach in the conference, and now you got him.
What is this we stuff? You got a mouse in your pocket?
What do you mean?
You keep saying we. Who are you? You're not playing. You're not coaching. What do you mean we?
What do you mean? What do you mean? SEC? You're the one down talking Auburn. I mean, we got Cam Newton. I don't even like the guy. You look at Cam Newton, and he's like, you got beat by a poor. Here's a perfect example of why I find your callers. I'm embarrassed for you. The sense of entitlement for Oregon. If Obama, first of all, he comes in all the social. Congratulations on that. You got your guy in office, and now you want to extend this over to the football realm and give them the number one. We ain't giving anything away. And if you finish number 3 or 4 in BCS, too bad. If you really want to know the truth, Bama Auburn should be playing for the national championship, but that ain't going to happen because we're going to whoop them before they even get a chance.
Well, why should Bama be playing in the national title game over Oregon? The Ducks haven't even lost a game.
Because all we do is beat teams, and the one time we got cold-cocked, it was by South Carolina, and Spurrier's a shifty one. I mean, hell, he's been beating good teams for a long time. I understand that, but guess what?
It was the first big win in South Carolina.
Hey, congratulations. South Carolina would beat you guys 24 points, easy.
What?
Absolutely.
You're not paying attention. You're not staying up late enough to watch these teams play on the West Coast.
I got a question for you. I don't need to stay up late enough. I see what I just flipped the paper open and what
Hey, we have a legitimate Heisman candidate here in the state of Oregon. His name's LaMichael James.
Well, yeah, LaMichael James. That gets me to my point. Could you guys stick with biblical names? I'm tired of the Michael, LaMichael, Jaquiz, and I'm tired of all this. You know we have in Bama? Trent and Mark. Number 1, number 2. That's it. Both of them could win a Heisman Trophy if they was just single running backs like your LaMichael has playing against little kids like you got in that conference. We do the same thing. It just burns my hide to hear you guys talk about this, that, and the other scuzzlebutt about being better than my squad or being better than my conference. I don't even like Auburn, and I'll tell you right now they should be 3 touchdowns over you.
Now, Q, you played the Pac-10. I mean, are Pac-10 players sissy players?
No, they're not sissy players at all. And there's more NFL players from the Pac-10 than any other conference.
Yeah, what do you think about that, right SEC guy?
The NFL can't even drop a bucket in the SEC, and you know that. Hey, well, look, you may get paid more money in the NFL, but the fact is the level of football's down. And you want to know why? All those Pac-10 guys, now what's happening in the NFL? Hully-gully football, 4 wide receivers, flinging it around all over the place. They've gotten away from their roots.
Wait a minute. What's going on in the SEC that they're paying more in the SEC? I know that ain't true. I know you guys are paying more in the SEC, right?
That's rumors and innuendo.
Whatever.
Hey, let me tell you something. You can keep on talking on that, but you're the team, your team, USC there, your guys are the ones who got suspended for 3 or 4 years, not any of us. We're still playing for the national championship, and we're number 1. Ha-ha. And I think that's pretty funny. Guess what? When we beat Auburn, we're going to jump, and we'll jump you too. And I'm hoping TCU jumps you because they play physical football.
You say you're here on business. What kind of business are you in?
What kind of business are you in out here?
I'm a I'm a family practitioner. That's
what? No, you're not.
Family practitioner of what?
Of medicine. And I'm not going any further. You don't need my life story. I've got you guys. I got you dead to rights. Don't have to worry about that. I've been listening to you.
I appreciate that.
All right, I tell you what, SEC guy.
That's not a compliment either. And here's something else. By the way, while you're at it, you know, Jeremiah Masoli, he had all this fanfare. He was going to change the world. He was the best player, what they called the best player to come out of the Pac-10 in a decade is what the tag was on him.
Who said that?
Oh, now you saying things that we're not saying at all. Come on now. Come on, be realistic. Don't go there.
That was all.
Come on now. I know who you are. Don't do that. Don't go there. Be real. Be real what you're talking about.
Trying to be real on this.
Are you just talking now?
Have you seen any?
Now you just talking.
Well, wait a minute now.
No, you hold up. You wait a minute. It's my show. You hold up. You know, just be real about what you got to talk about. You going way off left field. Okay, let's be real about the game. Let's be real about college football, pro football, and the SEC and the Pac-10. Right now, you sound like a little kid. You just jabbering. You know, you just jabbering in the classroom, always getting a timeout.
Yes. Who is he? Who am I talking to?
You don't need to know who you're talking to. You're talking to the other person on the other side of the line.
Yeah, I'm done with SEC guy. I'm done with you, man. You're done. All right, I'm not going to let you come on my show, insult me, the Godfather, and Anthony Q. Newman, and insult the Pac-10,
and insult Jeremiah Masoli.
And you're an insult to medical practice. All right.
He's the worst in the SEC. The worst quarterback going. He's even worse than Ryan Mallett.
Shut up. You're done, man. You're done. That right there is an all-time classic. I hope you enjoyed it. When we come back on the Rip City Drive, we're going to hear from Joe Cronin, a conversation I had with him back in April. I'm a big fan of Joe Cronin. This is right after the extension was signed, right after the season finale, and he kind of paints a picture of what he thought about the team throughout the course of the season, the improvements that were made over the second half, and his vision as they move into the summertime. I thought it would be timely to take a listen to Joe as we get ready for the NBA draft, which is 1 week from tonight. So that's coming up next. You got the best of the Rip City Drive with Chad doing on your home of the Blazers, 620 Rip City Radio. Welcome back. It's the best of the Rip City Drive with Chad doing on this spectacular Wednesday here in the Pacific Northwest. I hope you enjoyed the first ever call from SEC guy. Now we're going to turn our attention to the Portland Trailblazers. The NBA draft is coming up 1 week from tonight, and the Blazers will be selecting number 11 overall in the first round. And I had a chance to catch up with Joe Cronin, the Trailblazers general manager, right after the season was over, and it had been announced that he and Chauncey Billups had gotten contract extensions, and I thought it would be very timely to recap Cronin's thoughts on the season, on the second half of the season, some of the specific players, namely the 5 young guys that we're excited about. But I'm a big fan of Joe. He's very approachable, is always willing to share insight, and so I thought you would enjoy it. So the first thing I did was congratulate him on the extension.
Hey, Chad, thank you for having me, and thank you. Yeah, it's exciting. Trailblazers, we're taking pretty good steps here, and it's nice to be a part of this at least a little bit longer.
Well, I know what it's like for me when my boss sits down with me and he offers me a contract extension. It feels good just from the standpoint of, they appreciate some of the work you're doing. And I know for you, you jumped in at a time of, chaos, and to be able to work through that and then have them come to you and say, hey, we like what you're doing. We want it to continue. I would imagine to have that type of support from ownership is nice.
For sure. It's great to feel that level of support, and it's great to see, all of us get, rewarded for the hard work that we're putting in and for the solid results that we think we're starting to see.
Yeah, it's terrific. Joe Cronin is with us here on the Rip City Drive. I guess first off, just your thoughts on the season from year to year to go plus 14 in wins. How much of a surprise was that to you, especially with the surge in the second half?
Was really happy to see the defensive improvement from the first half of the year to the second half of the year. It's been a big point of emphasis in ours in, the players we've acquired, but also in the style of play we're trying to implement. So to see our group get really connected and really start to thrive on that defensive side of the ball, I think that really propelled our team as a whole and, took us to this, next phase of what we hope to be a successful rebuild.
Hey, Joe, how do you explain the defensive improvement? I think in the first half of the season, games 1 to 41, I think you guys were like 27th or 28th in the league in defensive efficiency. But from games 41 up until the end, we're talking about top 5 defense, which is a large sample size. Is that just a matter of having continuity with guys playing together? Is it the development of the players? Like, what is the key to that turnaround there defensively?
And I think it's all of the above. I think definitely the group became more and more connected as the season and seasons went along. With that, we also saw a lot of player development occur, and these young guys are getting better and better and starting to come into their own and find their identity and learn what it takes on a nightly basis to, play winning basketball, specifically on the defensive side of the floor. And I think another big part of it is Chauncey and his staff really hit their stride, not just in implementing their style of play, and their defensive schemes, but also in how they were able to challenge our guys and get them to respond and hold them accountable and really instill that defensive mindset.
Joe, I've always thought that, part of the challenge of being an NBA coach is just, getting the guys to respond and play hard for you. And I thought early in the season, after that rough loss to Memphis at Moda Center, I was curious to see how the guys would respond after Coach called them out for their lack of play. And then they bounced back and won back-to-back games against Minnesota. I thought that was impressive. What were your thoughts with the way that the players responded to Coach Billups and his call through the adversity at times during the course of the season? Did you learn something about the coach and the players through that process?
Every time. It's almost, the part I was most locked in on was not what happened to us, but how we would react to it. And Chad, I think you nailed it. The way we bounced back after that Memphis loss, it showed me a lot of heart, a lot of resolve, a lot of confidence. And, we had a lot of ups and downs this season. And often I thought we bounced back soon after a downturn. I thought we really responded well. And that was encouraging just in the culture and mentality that we're trying to build.
We're talking with Trailblazers General Manager Joe Cronin here on the Rip City Drive. I know that this was mentioned in your press conference on Sunday, where you and Coach were talking about the synergy between you two. And I'm just wondering if you could shed some light on that. It's nice to know that you guys are on the same page and work well together. How long have you known Coach Billups? Did you know him from your time in Denver? Because you both hail from the Colorado area. Did you know him back then? And talk about your relationship and how well you guys work together now.
Yeah, we grew up in the same area in Denver. I was a senior in high school, and he was a junior in high school, and we played against each other in the state championship.
Oh, sweet.
So, yeah, it's crazy how it all plays out. But I didn't know him all that well. You know, I knew of him, of course, and vice versa, but didn't meet him until we played that game. And then, you know, the rest is history. It was so cool circling back decades later and now being together, working towards the same goal, building, you know, this team and being partners in it. And I feel very fortunate to be on his side, and, you know, vice versa. I think we work really well together. We have a great working relationship. We share a lot of the same opinions about the game of basketball, you know, and as far as style of play, and even as we're, you know, evaluating players and that type of stuff, we have a lot of the same values that way, and it's been a blessing, and I've really enjoyed working with Chauncey.
What do you remember about that game? How much of a killer basketball player was he back then when you faced up with him?
He was significantly better than the rest of us.
It probably didn't take you long to figure that out, did it?
No, it didn't take long, and we knew it going in, and you really know it when you're playing against him. And the funny thing is, he was so much better than everybody else, but it was like that from when he was a freshman. He was the best player by far in the state as a freshman, let alone as a junior when I ran into him. And, of course, he went on and had a Hall of Fame career. So it's fun, you know, from Denver, which isn't a basketball powerhouse, but it was cool being a player of that caliber come through our city.
Well, it's pretty cool. I used to live in Denver before I moved out to the Northwest like you guys, and I have family in the Denver area, and they're always asking me about Chauncey because he is revered there in the Rocky Mountains, which is pretty cool. I wanted to ask you, Joe, about the young players, and I've talked with you about them throughout the course of the season, but if you can just give me a quick snapshot on what you saw with their development, because with the fans I talked to and the energy and vibe around the franchise right now, I think people are really excited about what the young guys did throughout the course of the season. Let's start with Scoot Henderson. What did you think about his development, and what did you see throughout the season with him that you were excited about?
Yeah, was really pleased with the season Scoot had, specifically in his comfort level. I thought that increased significantly as time went on. Just, you know, the point guard spot is a tough one to navigate, especially as a young player, and watching him figure it out and get his pace in order and watch his skill set develop, you know, as far as his, you know, comfort level as a playmaker off the bounce, reading pick and rolls, making open shots, finishing at the rim better. I was really happy to see Scoot take steps in all those regards. But I think the part about Scoot's season that probably doesn't get talked about as much, I was really happy with the way he guarded this year. And his physicality and his toughness, and obviously, I mean, he's a really high-level athlete. And then watching him, you know, learn to navigate the defensive side of the ball, I was excited about that, and I'm looking forward to seeing him do a lot more of that.
All right, Shaedon Sharpe showed flashes of brilliance. I love the way he responded to being benched by Coach Billups. What did you see from Shaedon throughout the course of the year?
Yeah, I thought Shaedon had a great third year. You know, he's obviously the second year was shortened with the injury, but I love seeing Shaedon, you know, take that next step. You know, when you're a ball handling guard that is asked to do a lot of different things, we've seen his role change and evolve over time. And I continue to be encouraged, you know, as he's, you know, doing more and more things on the offensive side of the floor. You know, he's initiating in pick and rolls. He's becoming a good spot up shooter. Obviously, he's a really dynamic athlete around the hole. And I think it's been talked about a lot, the way he's finishing around the basket and, you know, just really putting pressure on the rim. He's doing a great job there. And then, Chad, like you said, Coach called him out and challenged him defensively, and I thought he responded really well. We all know he's very capable of being a high-end defender, and I thought we saw more and more of that as the season went on.
All right, what about the rookie Donovan Klingon? I know you guys were thrilled to get him on draft night. And as the season went along, he got more playing time and his conditioning ramped up. What'd you see from him?
Yeah, got more and more comfortable, and I'll say that a lot about young guys. It's just that those first year or two, it's them adapting to the speed and skill and length of the NBA on an NBA floor. It's complicated, and I thought the game really slowed down for Donovan as the season went along, and as his conditioning got better and better, and as he started facing teams and players multiple times, you just saw his comfort level continue to increase. And I mean, obviously, he's already a very, very good defender, and now we're starting to see some offensive competency that we had seen flashes from him in college. We're starting to see that hit the floor where. Obviously, his offensive rebounding is huge for us, but also I thought he showed a lot as a passer, and as a finisher, I thought he improved like his pace around the hole. He's doing a better job scoring with both hands in a crowd, and in time we'll see him make more and more threes, which hopefully will add to his level of a threat as an offensive player.
Now, Joe, Denny Avdia, he's so much fun to watch, and I was blown away by all the different things he was able to do. I don't know if he exceeded your expectation. He was tremendous this year, but what'd you see from Denny?
Love seeing Denny's usage increase significantly and his efficiency increase with it. That's such a hard thing for a young player to do. When you put the ball in their hands and ask them to do a lot, and then they ramp up their efficiency right alongside of it. And I thought that was such a huge development for Denny that, okay, he can be a lead guy, have the ball in his hands in a lot of different complicated situations and continue to produce really efficiently. And it's exciting just seeing Denny take that step and knowing he's still got many more steps he can take.
Yeah, we forget this. He's still young as well. 24 years old? You would think that he's got plenty of time to develop. Now, his front court mate, Tamani Kamara, one of the making that push for Defensive Player of the Year and really starting to showcase what he can do on that end of the floor, but also added some on the offense. What did you think about Tamani's development in year two with the team?
Love seeing that year-to-year improvement from Tamani. And it's interesting because, he had that injury at the end of last season that basically kept him off the basketball court until July. He was able to do some light shooting and stuff like that, but he didn't really get after it last summer until halfway through the summer, and yet we still saw a ton of improvement. Like you said, Chad, obviously an all-league defender already, but I mean, shooting the ball with confidence, playing off the move some now, another offensive rebound machine. So the stuff that he's got done on both ends of the floor on a half-off season work schedule, it was really exciting. I can't wait to see the work he gets in when he gets the opportunity to have a full summer like this year.
We're talking with Trailblazers General Manager Joe Cronin here on the Rip City Drive. So we're getting ready for the offseason. What's the climate like around the league as teams continue to learn about the new CBA and its impact? How has this had an impact on just getting things done?
I think teams are learning to navigate it. It's of course, I think we see this in each new CBA, at least ones that have somewhat significant changes, that it takes teams a little while to acclimate to that new climate or be a little more conservative than normal. So, as teams recalibrate, okay, what are these new rules? How do they limit us, or how do they prevent us from doing certain things that we want to do, and how do we value these contracts, and how do we appropriately rate what the value of picks are or young players? I think teams are still trying to figure all that out, but I think over time we've seen teams get more and more comfortable, and I expect that to continue, that as we just adjust to these new norms.
Hey, Joe, how would you describe this year's draft? I'm well aware of the top 4 players and the quality of those guys at the top, but overall, what do you think about this year's crop?
Liking the depth. It's a good draft. From everything we're seeing, it's looking to be, whether we move up in the lottery, we like the top 4, or if we stay put at that 9-10 range, we're going to be happy there as well. We're liking the depth of this draft.
Hey, Joe, you mentioned this, but I wanted you to expand on it a bit. I know last year was frustrating from the standpoint that you had so many guys in and out of the lineup that it was hard for you to get valuable data on your players and what you had on the roster. You compare that to this year with the relative health and the guys who were able to play extended minutes. How much data were you able to collect throughout the course of this season, and how helpful is that as you get ready for the offseason?
Yeah, quite a bit. We've seen most of our guys, all of our core guys got north of 1,000 minutes each at least, some double and 1.5 times that. So we were able to see these guys playing a lot of different lineups, playing a lot of different situations, playing a lot of different roles. And it was really helpful. It allows us now to, understand that, okay, this is what this group is capable of. And now we can be a lot more intentional about the type of player we're adding, whether it's, we need this certain type of skill set or we need this certain type of personality. We can be more intentional and start shaping this roster that fits this core group of players that we have.
Hey, Joe, I wondered if you could, we've talked about this a little bit, but I think it's important for people to understand, but your role as general manager since you've taken over, can you talk about how supportive Jody Allen has been during your tenure with the team when it comes to whatever it is that you need to get done in that process?
Sure. I've really enjoyed working for Jody. She's been awesome and a great leader for us. It's the help she provides, the intellectual support that she gives me, constantly being a great sounding board and challenging me and getting me to think about, things in different ways or questioning, hey, is this a better thought than this, or is this a better approach than this? Like the way she challenges me has been incredibly helpful. And then of course, financially, since I took over, we've made so many changes within our organization. She's been really supportive in helping me out a really high-end staff, from right out of the gate, added 3 really good assistant general managers, Andre Patterson, Mike Schmitz, Sergio Oliva, completely reworked our health and performance department, added the Rip City Remix, revamped our kitchen, our whole food program. And she just keeps investing in this team. And it's been incredible that, basically when we need something, she's right there for us, whether it's, from her point of view or her perspective or, financially, if we need to change something, she's right there for us. So it's been, we feel really lucky to have Jody.
That's great. I've just got a few more questions for you. Speaking of the remix, how helpful has it been to have a G League team here in town and the benefits of that for what you're trying to accomplish?
It's been great. We love the remix. And I don't know if everyone knows this, but they practice at our practice facility, which we consider a huge advantage, that the remix players, they feel like they are a part of the Trailblazers. And so, they're there with us every day, being in our building, using our same equipment. And of course, playing in our city and, those two teams being able to cross over quite a bit and support each other. And, we've had great attendance at our remix games as far as our players going and Trailblazer staff. And I love going to remix games. So that's been great. But then, of course, the player development component, being able to get our two ways a ton of run with the remix and any guys that we assign from the Blazers to the remix and getting them extra repetitions and run or practices. It's been incredibly valuable. And also just as an innovation lab, we've tried to do a lot of out of the box experimenting with the remix that is helping shape some of the decisions the Trailblazers have made and will make. So it was a critical addition to us, and we're just getting started with the remix and hope that it'll continue to add more and more value.
Now, Joe, I love people's stories. Everyone's got a story, and I didn't know this until a couple of weeks ago when I found out that you started out as an intern with the Trailblazers back in 2006, and you were like the classic intern like I was in radio, where you weren't making any money and you were willing to do whatever it took for your living expenses and just to find a way to get through to give yourself an opportunity in basketball. What was that process like to go from that up into doing what you're doing now?
Yeah, an awesome ride and adventure, and a very challenging one. Since I was a kid, like when people would say, "What do you want to do when you grow up?" My answer was always be an NBA general manager.
That's great.
So I told myself I was just finishing up grad school, didn't have a job, didn't know what I was going to do. Learned about this internship in Portland, basketball operations internship that was available. Was lucky enough to get it. Came up to Portland, worked for free for a year, and just grinded away and refereed basketball at night and racked up credit cards just trying to pay bills. And I think a lot of people have been through this and just did whatever I could to make my mark. And I was just hoping at the end of the internship that they'd give me a longer opportunity and bring me on in some capacity. And it worked out that way. And then over time, I was really fortunate to work for really good people that were really talented, that cared about me and were willing to teach me things, and they believed in me and gave me all these opportunities. And for me, I really feel like it was the right place at the right time. And then I had the right mentality and right skill set to where I was just kept learning and chopping away at different jobs and just kept fine-tuning my skill set. And then finally made it up to this level as general manager and felt, extremely fortunate. And it was a really cool moment for me, that knowing that this was a lifelong dream. So that for me, that was great. And now my goal is just, okay, let's do the best job possible at this dream job.
Yeah, I love the story. That's awesome. And the ground cover work to get to that point. I got one more question. So
thank you.
What does your schedule look like now with, you've got the lottery coming up on May 12th and the draft coming up in June? Mm-hmm. Like, what are some of the different things you're going to be focused on and doing over the next, 6 to 8 weeks?
Sure. A lot of it's getting this next year's roster built. These next 3 months are big ones for the Trailblazers. Like you said, Chad, we got the lottery first, and then in between the lottery and or in between mid-May and mid-June, we'll just do a ton of draft prep, ton of talking to other teams, seeing what their goals are going into the off season and into the draft and free agency. Seeing what deals are available, and then do the draft, do free agency, any trades that come along. So just really working towards getting the team in as good a shape as possible going into next season.
That's great. It's Trailblazers General Manager Joe Cronin with us. Well, Joe, congratulations on the extension. I'm excited about that, and thank you for the time that you share with me throughout the course of the year when I'm peppering you with questions and being patient with me. I thank you.
I love it, Chad. Thank you for having me.
All right, there's Joe Cronin. A reminder that the NBA draft is 1 week from tonight, and the Trailblazers are going to have a block party draft edition. It's going to be on June 25th over at the Rose Quarter campus. We're going to be on site broadcasting live from 3 until 4:30 with the Rip City Drive, and the Travis Demers will take over and anchor the Trailblazers coverage from 4:30 through the first round and to the end of Joe Cronin's press conference following the draft. Now, you can stop by at our location there at Dr. Jackson, enter for your chance to win a sweet prize pack that includes a signed Scoot Henderson authentic jersey, 4 Coors Light silver seats to an upcoming Trailblazers game this season, and an autographed signed Trailblazers pennant. All you have to do is stop by. You can enter for your chance to win. It's a great prize pack, and the Blazers are going to have a lot of different things going on out there at the Rose Quarter Commons. DJ OG1 will be on hand for some music. Face painters are going to be there to decorate your grills. They're going to have the Rip City remix hanging out. There'll be a blow-up Papa Shot so you can hang out and play some game. There'll be some fan photo opportunities and a lot of different things going on. Sampling in Dr. Jack's of Michelob Ultra, Coors, Hop Valley, and 19 Acres. That's all coming up on June 25th for the NBA Draft. We'll come back on the best of the Rip City Drive with Chad Doing. You're going to hear my conversation with Frank Stallone on your home of the Blazers, 620 Rip City Radio. All right, welcome back. You got the best of the Rip City Drive with Chad Doing. And as you know, I'm a huge fan of Sylvester Stallone. I basically will support everything that he does. I feel like it's the least I could do for all the great things he's given me throughout the course of my life. And I've been trying to get him on the phones. I want to interview him so bad, but he's very difficult to get to. But I got the next best thing. I had a chance to talk to his brother, Frank Stallone. And he is a talented man in his own right. Actor, musician, songwriter. He's been on Broadway. He's done so many different things. And I had a chance to catch up with him. And I love his story. I love his story. I love his brother's story and the way they're connected. Also, the difficulty of growing up being Rocky's brother, Sylvester Stallone's brother. It's not easy. But yet Frank Stallone has carved out a path. He also was on an episode of Live from Daryl's House, which is pretty sweet. But I hope you enjoy the conversation. This is right after I welcomed him into the show and said good morning.
Oh, well, thank you. Thank you. It's great to be up this early, man. Gets me to the gym early.
That's good. You got to get your workout in. Now, let me ask you, man, I love Daryl Hall so much, and you were recently on Live from Daryl's House. Talk about that experience. You sounded awesome.
Oh, well, thank you very much. I mean, Daryl and I have known each other since high school, and we just somewhat lost contact. I mean, John Oates was my lead guitar player at one time in one of my groups.
Valentine, right?
Valentine, right. So someone said, Daryl Hall's mentioned your name a few times on Live from Daryl's House. So I investigated, and I saw that he did. And so I just came up with an idea. I said, why don't I take a long shot and just try to get in touch with the producer and, tell him a little about my history in Philadelphia and that Daryl and I know each other, and have like a Philadelphia show. So, because I know Daryl started out like I did, singing on street corners, a cappella music, and all that stuff like that. So I took a long shot and did it, and all of a sudden he loved the idea. I went on the show with my own chef, Vito Marcello, and not my own personal chef, but a friend of mine, and we just recreated. We did Take You Back from Rocky I, but the funny thing is, I said to Daryl, I said, look, man, you want to take a second verse? He goes, no, man, I want to sing bass. I never get a chance to sing bass. I said, really? I said, okay. But I think they're just a wonderful. I mean, he's a great singer. Their music is great, and it was really a fun time.
You know what's amazing too? Daryl Hall was rapping when you guys were playing with Chitty Bang. He was actually rapping in some of the songs you guys were performing. I'd never heard that before. It was bizarre. It was awesome.
I know, yeah, with Chitty Bang, and it was really a lot of fun. It's in the middle of nowhere up in upstate New York, and it was really a lot of fun to do, and I'm almost amazed that I pulled it off. I mean, I just called up, and they got back to me, and Daryl liked the idea, and they thought it out, and the rest is history. So that was really fun.
It's Frank Stallone, legend, with us here on the program. Now, let me ask you this. You have said that from the first time you opened up your mouth as a youngster, you wanted to be a singer and performer. How so? How did you know that?
Well, it was just something that was just in my soul, in my heart. I just wanted to do it, and I just found it was easy for me. I guess it's like maybe there's certain athletes that it was just easy for me to do, and I enjoyed it, and I just took to it. It wasn't something that anyone forced me to do. And then as I got older, I just got into it. So maybe for a few years, I always kind of sang, but for a few years, maybe as a kid, you kind of put it on hold, but not really. I mean, that's what I always wanted to do, and so I was very fortunate to be able to do that. And but with that, Chad, comes your ups and downs. There's a lot of downtime and things. So, but I'm very happy, and I'm happy. I have a song in the #1 movie, but it was a tough. It was not easy getting it in the movie, for sure. It was tough. My brother's very particular and very hard on what he wants in the movie, so I basically had to tailor make it,
All right, well, let's talk about your song, Don't Want to Fight With Me. It's the only original song from the new movie Expendables 2, and you said that, is it true that you made the song in 3 days and you were looking for something that sounded kind of like On the Road Again? And I'll tell you what, Frank, what I like about the song, it sounds different than anything you've done in the past. It's really unique.
Yeah, it's different than anything I've done. I played my guitar, I really overdrove the guitar, so it almost sounds like a harmonica when I'm playing the solo. And, I mean, I basically have my brother on the speakerphone to make sure the timing right and all that stuff, because I figured once he likes it, he has that type of brain, if he locks into it and he likes it, there's no one that can dissuade him to take it out of the movie. And so it was a lot of work, but a lot of phone calls back and forth, a lot of this, a lot of that, and got it in the movie. And so I figured, well, I'll go out and promote it. Why not? I mean, with the social network you have out there, might as well give it a shot. And believe it or not, it's drawing interest. And I'm on talking with you guys, and it can be bought on iTunes or my webpage, frankstallone.com, and the song's called "Don't Want to Fight with Me." And just Chad, little shout out, I have a new fan page on Facebook called Frank Stallone Official. So if kind people out there would go like it, just click on the like button. That would help bring a lot more traffic to our sites.
Well, that's good because I've already liked you, and I am a fan of Frank Stallone, so this really works out well for me. Now, Frank, I wanted to ask you, your legend or your hero growing up was Frank Sinatra. You had a chance to perform with him. I just wanted to know what that was like. That guy was a stud.
Well, he was just, he's iconic, I mean, I remember the first time I met him. I mean, I wasn't really in shock too much about it.
You weren't like, wow, that's Frank Sinatra.
Yeah, I was. I actually, I tell you, I was, because I've usually, being around my brother and other movie stars, and then when I bumped into him, it was like, oh my goodness. It was just because you'd seen that face your whole life, so it was quite interesting. And he was just great. He was the consummate professional,
It's awesome. Frank Stallone with us here on the program. Be sure to check out his new website, frankstallone.com. What is the songwriting process like for you? How does it all come together? How do you do that?
It's just something. I just think it's a natural process. I mean, there's some people that are so prolific they write every day, and they, like Bob Dylan. I don't know if they write every day, but they've written a lot. And there's some people I know that write almost every day. I'm not really wired like that. I think I'm better when I have an objective, or if just this great song comes into my head. But I don't really, in other words, if there's a girl's name or something, I don't really write a song about them. I think a lot of it's just like subconscious,
Frank Stallone with us here on the program. I watched an interview with you last night, and I just wanted your thoughts on it because what you said made a lot of sense to me. But you were talking about the early days when your brother came to you to make music for Rocky, and you were the only musician he knew, and you started putting music together, and then all of a sudden Rocky becomes huge. And you talked about, I think the word you used was, you went through a case of where it was almost like identity theft, where people, because you and your brother look alike, they started to recognize you, and then they just would talk about Rocky and stuff. What was that transition like for you to where you had to, kind of find yourself again? That's tough.
Yeah, well, I had to basically start over because my identity, my whole life was, Frank Stallone and his band and stuff, even as a little kid. Because, when I was a kid, there were like all these rock bands. There was maybe 2 bands in my whole high school. There just wasn't like it is now. There's hundreds. It was just kind of, so we were kind of unique. So that was my, my handle. And so when Rocky came out, it just came out so big. It was this Horatio Alger story that people just assumed that I, just picked up the guitar like a week before Rocky came out, and I was just hanging on my brother's boat strings, which was not the fact because I started in the 60s, so I'd been playing in bands all my life. My brother was my roadie at one time, so I just wrote a song for the movie, and then it ended up, being a phenomena. And so I got lost a little bit along the way there, but it was okay. I got lost a little bit because there's no handbook out there to say, well, out of work, unemployed actor, overnight becomes the biggest movie star in the world with this, come from behind movie. And, brother that's been working for many, many years, a musician, just becomes, not a non-person, but it's like your identity's gone. Now you're not Frank Stallone anymore, you're Rocky's brother. So I had to get past that and just do what I do best, which is music, and, it kind of writes itself in the end,
Hey, what's the one song that you've put together that you really like? I mean, I love Pushin'. I think it's a great song, but like, what's, one of the songs you're proud of that you look back on? And I think it was Billy Joel who I was listening to once, and he said, some of my songs go on to be doctors and lawyers, and then some go on to be garbage men or, other, maybe they don't make it as big, but he says he feels partial to those. What about you? What's some work that you've done that you really enjoy?
I think I would say probably Far From Over from Staying Alive.
Great song.
Yeah, I think A Moody Girl or Never Going to Give You Up from Staying Alive. I like Peace in Our Life from Rambo. And some of the songs that I've written that were not in movies. But, Pushing was fun. Pushing was just, because it was a gym scene. So we figured I wrote that with Bill Conti. So I just figured, just have some fun with it. Not everything has to be a deep message, right?
No doubt. Hey, Frank, I've got to let you go because I know you're on a tight schedule. You'll have to share the secret to making a great meatball at some other time for me, all right?
I will, Chad. Thank you so much, man.
All right, FrankStallone.com. Check out the new song and the new movie from Expendables 2. Frank Stallone with us here on the show. Frank, thanks for your time.
Thank you, Chad.
No, that was awesome. Frank Stallone. Well, hopefully one day I'll be able to talk to Sly. That would be awesome. But Frank was super cool. We'll come back, and when we do, we're going to continue to get you prepped for the NBA draft, which is 1 week away, and we'll dive into the Trailblazers and maybe some of the offseason moves that you think are going to happen. Maybe they won't. So we'll discuss that next here on the Rip City Drive on your home of the Blazers, 620 Rip City Radio. All right, we're going to start the second hour of the Best of the Rip City Drive with Chad doing. We're going to focus in on basketball, and I had a chance to catch up a couple of days ago with Dave Deckard of BlazersEdge.com, the Trailblazers site. I love talking ball with Dave, but I think he's got great insight, and I think he paints a very realistic picture of what to expect with the offseason. You know, we all want big moves at the trade deadline every offseason. We want big moves, big signings, big trades, you name it, but the Blazers may not be in a position based on the market to really be active. And so Dave kind of walks through all of that. We also talk about some of the vets, Jeremy Grant, Anthony Simons, and DeAndre Ayton. And we focus in on the NBA Finals with the Pacers and Thunder and how really it is a win for team basketball, which is cool. But we start the conversation out with his thoughts on the trade that went down involving the Magic and Grizzlies with Desmond Bane and a bunch of picks going back. What in the world is going on with the Orlando Magic and what they're trying to accomplish. So I set up the trade, and Dave shares his thoughts. I want to start with the trade that went down over the weekend. The Grizzlies traded Desmond Bane to the Magic for Kentavious Caldwell-Pope, Cole Anthony, 4 unprotected first-round picks, and 1 first-round pick swap on Sunday. What was your reaction to that deal?
Well, first of all, Denver is looking at Caldwell Pope like a pickle that someone left on their plate. Like, you going to eat that? Because I could have used it. I'm surprised that he has moved that quickly, but hey, that's the way it goes. I'm also surprised at the number of picks that came in return for Bane. I mean, Bane's a good player, but he's not. I don't know. He's not what you call a superstar, and he's had questions throughout his career. Of course, Blazer fans are also in agony, you know, throwing up their hands like Luke Skywalker and saying, why? Because they wanted to trade Anthony Simons to Orlando for that package. But, you know, Bane's a two-way player, and he can shoot, so that's popular in the league. We'll see how it works for Orlando. To me, it seems like an overpay, but what do I know?
Yeah, I think it's an overpay, but does a move like that give us any indication on what type of value Anthony Simons may have on the market?
No, I don't think so. There are a couple of things. First of all, Anthony's a one-way player, not a two-way player. Second of all, his point total is going down and not up, and so are his shooting percentages. So the Blazers would kind of be selling on him low and not high. And without the defense or the all-around game to make up for it, that's a risky prospect for a trade partner. So I don't think, I don't think Simons is worthless. He has value, but I don't think he has that kind of value. And I think Blazer fans would be lucky to get a couple of unprotected picks or even one for him, let alone that package that they got for Bane.
All right,
Memphis got.
All right, Dave Deckard is with us. We'll get to the draft and the Trailblazers here in just a moment. I want to get your take on the finals. You know, Indiana was in control, up by 7 going into the fourth quarter in Game 4. And then I'm not sure what happened. A lot of Caruso and Chet early in the quarter that evened things up. And it seemed like Oklahoma City, really cranked up the defense. And then Shai Gilgeous-Alexander got going. But what were your thoughts about Game 4 and the way that Oklahoma City turned it around there in the fourth quarter?
Well, this is basketball, right? I mean, Indiana did a similar thing to Oklahoma City in Game 1. And this is why the sport is so great, and particularly in this incarnation of the finals. I can't remember a finals that is more about basketball as opposed to stars or shooting or whatever than this one. You're seeing two very deep teams who value defense with good lead players, but really they rely on their supporting cast. I mean, we're talking about how the centers are playing, whether Chet Holmgren and Isaiah Hartenstein can match up, and whether Miles Turner is getting up and down the floor and affecting a game. I even referenced Obi Toppin the other day. And if you're talking about Obi Toppin in the finals, this is a deep basketball-related finals. And I love that. And I think the worm just turned against the Pacers. They had control, but they tightened up. Oklahoma City got running a little bit. Obviously, Shai is fantastic. But as you say, that defense paid dividends. And you know what I love about this series, too? It's got fairly efficient three-point shooting, but not high-volume three-point shooting, which is countercultural in today's NBA. I mean, the book is to do what the Celtics did in the regular season, right? Shoot all the threes you can get. It's an open buffet. Well, they didn't make it this year. partly because of injuries, but still. And now you see two teams that don't rely on the three, that instead rely on defense, turnovers, running. I think that's going to signal a little bit of a shift around the league, and that's good for teams like the Trailblazers, who don't have a lot of shooting, who are trying to accumulate a lot of depth, and maybe, just maybe, we're seeing the start of a new era where defenses are quick enough and deep enough to cover the whole court to blunt the impact of three-point shooting so that you start to see other things matter just as much.
Well, you just touched on something I was going to ask you. With the Pacers not really having a superstar player, but just a deep and talented roster, is it a blueprint or at least a little bit of hope for a team like Portland that, hey, you may not need a true number one. If you can put together a roster of multi-talented guys who can play both ways, you can have a chance to compete?
I mean, yes and no. Halliburton can be considered a number one, and he's not famous, and he's not the MVP like Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, but he's a really good player. I'm not sure the Blazers have a player of that quality yet, and they need one. Okay, and there's nothing that's going to substitute for that because he draws attention and he runs a lot of plays. So if they don't have that, you can forget the deep roster. But it may indicate that you don't have to have the MVP, that you don't have to have LeBron James. That if you do assemble your roster correctly, and you have really good players like Miles Turner, I mean, he's been good for years, and he's really stepped forward this year. And, T.J. McConnell's had his moments. He's their other veteran. He's not a superstar for sure, but he's a decent player. If you assemble a couple of really good players, some decent ones around you, and around them, rather, and they all play defense, then, yeah, I think you do have a shot. Now, the caveat is, a lot of things had to go right for Indiana to get to the spot where they are right
That's true.
now. And they may not end up winning the title. But, sure, there is hope, and yes, that is good for Portland.
Well, I'm with you 100%. I couldn't care less what the TV ratings are for these finals because, Dave, I'm thoroughly enjoying it. The games have been great, and what I enjoy about these two teams is that, we're seeing team basketball. I think it's a win for team basketball. I'm enjoying these finals a lot.
Exactly. And you know what? As odd as it is to say, and I never thought I'd say this about the Thunder or the Pacers, but there have been moments or stretches in this series where one team has clearly been giving out more energy than the other, and it's varied which team it is, but the team that's poured in more energy has had direct success, has won that game. And I'm going like, wow, there's no superstar ISO ball or three-point shooting or referee calling to, establish the win. I kind of like this. I kind of like it that the team that's playing harder is actually seeing success.
I agree. It's Dave Deckard, BlazersEdge.com with us here on the Rip City Drive. So now we're, about a week away from the draft. It's coming up a week from Wednesday. For the Trailblazers, I've asked you this before, but I want to know where you're at now. What going into the draft and into the offseason, what do you think is the most important objective for Joe Cronin and his staff?
Obviously, it's to use that number 11 pick well. And there can be a couple options for that. Do you want a player who is speculative? I mean, there's guys like, if he falls, I really kind of like Kaman Malwatch from Duke. He's a center. He's super athletic, which fits the Blazers profile. You also have a guy like, what's his name? Igor Demine from BYU, who is a 6'8" forward, which the Blazers have a few of, but he can also make plays. He'd be an interesting analog to Denny Avdia. So you have guys like that you can take a flyer on at number 11 that you wouldn't feel secure on using the third pick on, but those would be great picks. You also have a guy like Carter Bryant, who's more ready-made. He's from Arizona. He's a shooter, and he can also play defense, which absolutely fits their need and profile. So there's a guy like that. I think there are going to be options at that 11 pick. But, for instance, there are players who look good right now. Derek Queen is one of those that's been linked with Portland, and he's a big player. He's a center, and he's got skills, but he's probably not mobile and not a defender, which means for me he's a red flag. And if that's the best guy that's available at 11, why would you not trade down, get a guy that you can take a flyer on, like one of the players we mentioned, if they fall that far, and get a little extra return and let someone else use that 11 pick. So I think that there's two basic options that they have. take a home run swing at 11 or trade down and take a more secure swing lower and get some dividend back. I think either one of those I would be happy with, and those would be smart. I don't think it's good to draft for need at 11. I don't think they're going to find a player who changes their team in this draft at 11. I think that basically they have to go big or kind of go home and see what extra they can get out of it.
All right, Dave, what makes the most sense with Anthony Simons? You could re-sign him to a new deal, extend him. They could let him play out the year and come off the books as a free agent. They could have him start the year on the roster and continue to play, and they could trade him before the deadline. What makes the most sense in your mind for Anthony?
I think right now I would let it ride. I don't think I would extend him early. And I think the Blazers are in the situation of bidding against themselves there. I mean, obviously, no one else can make him an offer this summer. His stats have been going down, like I said earlier. So you're buying him on a downswing. You want to see if that swings back up. If it goes back up, they still have bird rights next summer. They can still pay him more than anybody. You could sign him then. Or if it continues going down, you can just let him go and cut your losses and use the cap space next summer, which you can generate if you let one or two other players go as well. Either one of those options is good. I don't think locking up Simons for the future is smart, because what you'd be doing is hedging your bets that you could trade him later. But if you can't trade him right now and he doesn't get better, then you're not going to be able to trade him later either. So basically, I think they let it ride. I think that's mostly because they probably won't find a real great return on the trade market for him right now. That may change in February, though, and that's when I'd say that the prime time to trade him, if they're going to do it, is. Obviously, he'll be working on an expiring contract, so the other team has to either want him or be real sure that he'd help in a playoff run. But I think you can get that team out there who needs that help in February and who also is pretty sure that they can re-sign him. I would say if he's going to be traded, that's the juncture it's going to happen. I don't really see it happening this summer.
Okay, that makes sense. Now, with Jeremy Grant, how urgent is it that the team moves him this offseason with having two forwards in that you would like to start together, not named Jeremy Grant?
Yeah, I mean, it depends on what you want. Look, the Blazers can generate cap space next summer with Grant still on the roster. And the problem is that he's on the 3-year contract, pays $33 million a year-ish, and that's hard to deal, right? So right now, he's kind of untradeable unless you throw something else in. That's why they wouldn't trade him right now. But they don't have to trade him. If they're willing to get rid of, say, Simons and DeAndre Ayton, they can still generate cap space next summer anyway, and then they could make imbalance trades or fiddle around with a bunch of different options. If they don't want the cap space anyway, they don't need to trade him either. So at no point does it become super urgent to trade him right now. The only place in which it makes sense is if you are going to extend or re-sign Simons and or Ayton, and you still want to try to generate some cap space, then getting rid of Grant would be a priority. But the problem the Blazers will have is, what do they take back for him? Not just talent-wise, but contract-wise. Unless they get expiring contracts, that's not going to come open next summer when the rest of their cap space does. So it's really kind of hard to move him for a deal that makes sense, which is why I think that Jeremy will probably start the season on the roster as well and may be there for even longer than Simons is.
All right, one more veteran to ask you about. What about DeAndre Ayton, who's entering a contract year? He'll be on an expiring contract. They obviously could still use him to eat up minutes next to their young center. What makes the most sense for Ayton?
I think probably if it were me, and this is just guessing, I would ride out his contract year knowing he's playing for a contract and see what peak DeAndre Ayton is going to be like. He has a lot of motivation to play really well this season. Let's see what that means. If he doesn't play well, if he's not better than he is, I mean, realistically, he's the 15th to 17th best starting center in the league right now, and that's not a real hot commodity. I mean, there are centers that are very valuable, but we're talking top 2 or 3, not top 15, right? In the mediocre ranges of this center position, you can actually get a minimum level player that can play mediocre. He won't have all the skills and offensive ability that Ayton does, but he will eat those minutes. So you're literally paying probably a $30 million premium to get a middling starting center. That's not really viable. So I think unless he makes a big leap, then the Blazers would be kind of foolish to keep him, retain him, extend him, or whatever. It's probably time to let DeAndre pick his own path and play for whomever he wants or whoever he will fit with. I don't see him being Portland's future, and he'd have to do a lot this season, frankly, to change my mind.
So basically, with your assessment, then, it is quite possible that there's no major roster maneuvers during the offseason, and the key guys that we just talked about could be on the roster day one for next season.
I kind of anticipate that because I don't think the trade value is very high on them, and I don't think the Blazers can or should give up assets alongside them just to move them. They can let them go next summer, not Grant, but the other two. They can let them go for cap space next summer. They don't have to spend assets to get rid of them. They'll get rid of them naturally if they want to get rid of them next June. So why not let them play out their contracts, see what happens, and if a trade comes up, you can take it. Or if you want to re-sign them next summer, you can still do that. I just don't see any reason to anticipate or fast track that decision for these two players when their value and their role are both kind of mercurial and really mediocre at this point.
On the business side of basketball, if you have players like Ayton and Ant, and you end up having them just come off the books where you get cap space, how much of a loss is that when it comes to an asset? Or is it kind of a net neutral because you're getting the cap space? How do you look at that?
Well, it all depends on the trade value of that player.
Yeah.
Like Damian Lillard, letting Damian Lillard come off the books would have been stupid, right? I mean, you saw the package they got for them because he had high trade value. But if, for instance, you have a guy like Ayton who probably his trade value is very limited right now, then your opportunity cost of letting him just come off the books is whatever you would have gotten in trade.
Yeah.
And if you get almost nothing in trade, you didn't lose anything by letting him come off the books. Now, for a team like Portland, cap space isn't as valuable as, say, it would be in New York or LA or Miami.
Yeah.
But it still does allow you to make imbalanced trades. It saves you money. You can save cap space for later sometimes so that in another year you can make a move. There are options that they can still use. It's certainly more valuable than getting a cruddy return because the player was at the bottom of his value arc and or with Grant, certainly. But I've heard people say, let's trade away the 11th pick to get rid of Jeremy Grant. Why? That's dumb. I mean, Grant doesn't affect things one way or another except to annoy you with that contract. Why would you trade away an 11th pick in order to be slightly less annoyed in theory? That's dumb too. So it depends on the player, their trade value. Right now, my gauge is that not trading them won't hurt too much because you wouldn't trade them for much anyway.
All right. Makes sense. Dave Deckard, BlazersEdge.com. He's the man behind it. Hey, Dave, as always, I appreciate your time, buddy. Enjoy Game 5 tonight.
All right. I appreciate it. Have a good night and good luck with the finals.
All right. Don't forget the NBA draft 1 week from tonight. And the Trailblazers are going to have a block party draft style out at the Rose Quarter Commons. It's going to be pretty awesome right there on the campus. We're going to be out there live from 3 all the way up through the end of the draft. And Joe Cronin's press conference, Rip City Drive from 3 until 4:30 at Dr. Jack's. Travis Demers will take over and anchor the coverage at 4:30 with Trailblazer Broadcasting. You can stop by for your chance to win a Trailblazers prize pack, including an autographed Scoot Henderson authentic jersey, 4 Coors Light silver seats to an upcoming game this season, and an autographed Trailblazers pennant. All you have to do is stop by on the 25th. The Trailblazers will have DJ OG1, face painters. They're going to have Pop-A-Shot out there, fan photo opportunities, and the Rip City Remix will be on hand as well. And you can sample Michelob Ultra, Coors, Hop Valley, and 19 Acres at Dr. Jack's. The draft 1 week from tonight. And, of course, you want to listen to your home of the Trailblazers, 620 Rip City Radio. When we come back, you're going to hear from rock and roll legend Dennis DeYoung on the best of the Rip City Drive with Chad Doing on your home of the Blazers, 620 Rip City Radio. All right, you got the best of the Rip City Drive with Chad Doing, and here we're going to focus on music for just a moment. As you know, I'm a big music fan. I know most of you are as well. And Styx is one of the more legendary bands of all time with a number of great songs. And their longtime frontman, Dennis DeYoung, great songwriter, great musician, and he's been around for a long time. And throughout his life in rock and roll, he's been able to maintain a very beautiful and fruitful marriage, which I think is wonderful. And he's still living the dream. And so Dennis DeYoung was someone I was very happy and excited to have a chance to talk to. He's a sports fan. I think he loves the White Sox, the Bears, and he grew up in the Chicago area. So Dennis DeYoung, I think he was playing a show out at Spirit Mountain Casino, but I had a chance to catch up with him, and he's got a very good sense of humor. But we start out the conversation just, what's it like being able to continue to do what you love and be in the rock and roll biz for over 40 years? Take a listen.
Well, look, how old are you, Chad?
37.
Yeah. Listen, when I was 25 and I was starting out, if I'd have known I was going to last this long, I guarantee you my sphincter would have been a lot looser. I had no idea. First of all, when I started out, there were no 65-year-old rock stars anywhere. And you really never knew how long you would last. You were fighting the good fight, to last to the next record. But having had this long and interesting career, I just want to thank all the fans, because really, if they hadn't supported this habit, I'd be back selling shoes someplace.
What's it like, though? You perform the same songs over and over again, but what's it like every time you take the stage and you get that charge from the audience? I would imagine it's like starting all over again, like it's brand new.
Well, we've decided in Oregon to do the Led Zeppelin's Greatest Hits just to change it up. Start with a whole lot of love, and then we're going to go to Gallows. No. I always answer it this way. If you start playing the first few notes of a song you've written and people start screaming and singing along and you don't like it, you may have had a very poor career choice.
No doubt. It's Dennis DeYoung with us here. He's going to be at Spirit Mountain Casino on October 19th. But, for yourself, I would imagine like anybody else, even when I got into radio, I never expected to even make it. But what's it like for you over the course of time? How do you stay focused and continue to put yourself in the right position to where hopefully someday you get noticed?
When you're starting out, and listen, I grew up in a very different climate toward music. And certainly there was a very different era in which music was being made, when it was really the essential and focal point of young people's lives. It dominated. I think that's part and parcel of the reason that all those bands from the late 60s and the 70s through the early 80s still have careers and go out and tour, is because music was so central to their lives. Unlike today, there are so many distractions. And, of course, music has become so easily disposable because of the Internet and the fact that you can download something for free. And, we're really entertaining ourselves to death these days. I lived at the greatest time in the history of mankind to be a musician. Never before, and I don't think after, will as many people have such an opportunity to have a long career like I have. So I think I wrote some good songs. I sang them, and people liked them, but really, I was lucky by birth.
What is it about the music industry? It just seems to me, and I'm kind of stuck in a really weird wheelhouse because I'm 37, but I like all the music from your generation. What is wrong with the music industry today? They don't seem to be putting out the same type of quality products that we're used to back in the late 60s, 70s, and even in some of the music in the early 80s.
I still think here's what it is. Because anybody and everyone now can make records. In the old days, you had to pass muster with a record company to get them to give you money to go and make records because they were so expensive to make. That's not the case anymore. So everybody makes a record. Everybody has access to either the Internet, their own web page, essentially either iTunes, or you can put it up on YouTube, all for free. There is a glut of people who are trying to be musicians and have some sort of voice. So with all this information available to everyone, it makes it very difficult for an audience to focus on anything. So it's divided up between millions and millions of artists, when in the old days you had to pass a test with a record company, and they narrowed it down for the listener. That's not the case anymore. So I don't think that there's less talent. I just think the business model is so changed that it makes it difficult for the average Joe I mean, listen, if you're 18 years old or 19 or whatever, you're 15 or 16, you can be on that computer all day or on your phone, for God's sake, right? You can be entertained in the bathroom with your telephone. I mean, it was unheard of, years ago. You wouldn't bring the radio in the bathroom for falling in the bathtub. But I make a joke. But you see what I'm going with this.
Absolutely.
It's really very difficult for people to have great interest. And in the old days, when you have to buy something that is a CD or a cassette or an LP or a 45 or whatever, right? It was a real object. You walked into a store, bought it, brought it home. If you didn't like it, you had to take it in your hand, throw it in the garbage.
It's Dennis
You
DeYoung.
go right through your collection right now, right? There'll be like 20 CDs sitting there that you wish you'd have thrown away 2 years ago, but you just can't do it. But with a computer, guess what?
You can do it all.
That's right. So it's easily disposable. So music then becomes less important as a thing. So I don't think it's talent. I just think it's the way the world is going.
Hey, Dennis, one thing I love to ask musicians when I get them on the program is the whole songwriting process, and you wrote a number of great songs. How does that process work for you? Do you make time each day, or does it happen organically, or do you work with a group of people? How does your songwriting come to be?
I go to my favorite songwriters and steal everything I can.
That sounds like me when I prepare for a radio show. I just listen to all my favorite hosts, and I'm like, yeah, that's a good idea. I'll take that.
Yeah, that's what I'll just change it a little bit. I'll do it in Spanish. I think, for me, I've said this many times, you have to put in time on planet Earth. For me, I have to sit in front of the piano. I've made this analogy many times. I have a piano in my living room with some really good songs in it. I just have to go in there and bang on the keys until a few fall out. That's just it. There is no substitute for effort and perspiration. You just got to keep doing it and doing it, because you're going to do a lot of mediocre crap, and you got to be able to sort through it to get to the good stuff.
That makes sense. Dennis DeYoung with us here on the program. He's going to be live at Spirit Mountain Casino on October 19th. So when you look back at a lot of the great songs from Styx, and I love so much of it, are you partial to any particular song, or do you just love all of them the same?
I think Dust in the Wind is my... Oh, wait a minute. That was Kansas.
I like that song, too, though.
I'm sorry. I get those two bands mixed up. Well, I mean, people love Come Sail Away. I'm sorry. That's just the way it is. And but if you'd asked me, I really like a song called Show Me the Way.
A beautiful song, and I think that was from, the early 90s. I do remember that, and it was a beautiful tune that you sang, and it was almost like I was reminded, oh, yeah, Styx, they're still around. That was a great tune.
Yeah, there's a spiritual quality to it, and I think it can speak to any time. You know, when we as little humans with our little pea brains try to figure out how we fit in this giant universe when things go good or bad, and I think that's an important thing. And I think I said it, pretty good for me. And I love the video. If you ever get a chance, you can go to my website, DennisDeYoung.com. A bunch of videos are up there. You can just check it out. But I like Come Sail Away. How do you not like Come Sail Away, for God's sake? Cartman even liked it. Couldn't stop singing it.
That's a great song. I'll tell you what, every time I hear Babe, it reminds me of my father. And because when I used to ride around with him when I was younger, he would be listening to some of the classic music on the AM radio. And so every time I hear Babe, it reminds me of my father. But I love how music can take us back to a time and a place in our life that we remember and we're happy about. It's awesome how music does that.
It's more magical than any other art form in my mind. The thing music can do for me. Are you ready for this crazy analogy?
Give it to me.
Sometimes if I hear a song from generally before I started making records, when I was not in the business but just wanting to be and loving music, not on a business level.
It's Dennis DeYoung.
I hear a song, and I sometimes can smell a smell. In other words, it will make me think maybe of a summer night and a particular smell that was in my neighborhood.
Dennis, who were your influences growing up music-wise that you listened to and you're like, wow, I want to do that. I want to be that person?
I think my number one influence would have to have been the Partridge Family. Oh, no, I didn't like them. I forgot. Somebody else. It was the Manson family. No, I don't like them either. The Beatles. The Beatles are the reason that I'm even talking to you on the phone. I did see the first Ed Sullivan show in '64, and like so many other people of my generation musicians, it gave them the reason for their being. They saw what they wanted to do clearly, and they did it. That's the perfect example of a collective zeitgeist where an entire country can be focused. Today, you can't get the entire country to focus on anything. You just can't do it. And that was a different time. and I don't know, good, bad, or indifferent, but it was the time that that gave birth to me. But the Beatles, always and forever. And 2 weeks. Listen to this, and talk about an important 2 weeks in a person's life. Saw the Beatles. 2 weeks later, I met my wife at a dance.
Well, that's one thing I wanted to congratulate you on, Dennis, is that you've been married to the same woman for, since before Styx, which I find very impressive.
Years, but I met her at a dance 2 weeks later. So I had my I had my soulmate and my direction in life as to what I want to do within 2 weeks' time. And I got to say, that's pretty profound.
It is profound. Well, one thing I wanted to ask you, where do you, aside from, your ability to get on stage and sing, you're also someone that commands a presence. You're a good front man, but where did you develop that persona? Who taught you to be that guy? Or have you always been talkative and have no problems getting up in front of a stage and kind of directing the crowd? Where'd you get that from?
I think I command presence, particularly at Christmas for my children, who I've supported for so long.
You're such a good father.
Yeah. I think it comes from, are you ready for some Freudian stuff?
Yes, I love it.
I wanted my mother's approval and attention as a kid. Don't we all? Our mother or our father. Maybe it's your father for you. I don't know, Chad. But there is always one person who we're really striving to please, right?
Yeah, and my dad was that for me because he never put a lot of pressure on me. I just wanted to do things that he would approve of, like, graduate from college. He was my main driving force for why I decided to, hunker down and get that degree because I just wanted him to be proud.
Sure. And for me, I wanted to entertain my mom. Keep her happy, right?
Yeah, because everyone wants to keep a happy mom. I do.
That's right. And so I think comedians and maybe entertainers in many ways are they're trying to please that person and learn how to charm them, and I think that was part of it. I began playing the accordion. I took lessons at 7, so I wasn't in a rock band first, and I used to play weddings. Styx, the Nucleus, the Panazza brothers, and myself, we played just hundreds of weddings, and I developed a persona in how to be on a stage and look and feel comfortable and connect and communicate with an audience. That took time, but I was able to do it in anonymity. And so when you walk on stage, I think performers, there are certain performers that when they walk on stage, they seem completely at home and completely comfortable in that situation, whether that's real or something that's practiced, if you know what I mean, like a craft.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't matter, but I really think the really good ones just can go out there and just do that. In the same way that, you can't teach somebody to shoot a ball like Michael Jordan. You can practice, but it ain't going to happen. Some people are born to do certain things.
No,
and I think that's true with a lot of performers as well. They're really, there's something about the way their DNA and their brain functions that suits them for that.
No, I would agree. I would think you were born to perform. I really believe that. When I see you on stage, I'm like, wow, he's doing exactly what he should be doing.
Yes, and my voice has been a very helpful instrument to me over all these years. And
it still sounds great. It still sounds smooth.
Yeah, I attest that to thong underwear 3 sizes too small.
What is the key to long marriage, to a long and productive and fruitful marriage, Dennis, in your experience?
I think it's as simple as having the ability to work through the myriad of things that life presents without killing each other. It's just that simple. I mean, people can say soulmate or blah, 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 but the marriages that I have noticed in my life that have lasted because both partners were willing to go through the rough spots because, man, there's going to be rough spots. It's just that's what marriage is. And if you're willing to throw up your hands when things don't go right, that's when divorces occur.
Dennis, let me ask you this. What is it like?
Quick story. My dog, there's something wrong with something in the back of her leg or something. She couldn't get up the stairs today. She actually ran backwards like a cartoon.
What kind of dog?
Straight. I'm talking straight backwards, facing me. I thought, did I just see that?
You talking about a dog going up the stairs backwards?
No, I'm talking. She was trying to get up one step into her house, right?
Yes.
And she was not going to do it, and then suddenly she just ran completely backwards. But I mean this way, as if you a dog walked toward you, and they rewound the film and reversed. She didn't turn around and walk the other way. She walked completely. I never saw a dog do that in my life. And so when I went to see and I touched her, she was yelping and crying. And so my wife said, "What's wrong with her?" I said, "I'll have her check that right hind leg."
I got to tell you what.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, it's okay. I appreciate your time. Thanks for joining me on the program.
You had another question?
Well, yeah, I guess my only question would be when you initially called me, you're like, hey, this is Jay Cutler.
Yeah.
And so you must be a big Bears fan.
I am, for a really long time, since I was 13, and lived and died with them the whole time. And they got a pretty good team this year, I must admit. And I'm a huge White Sox fan. The Bulls, I like the Bulls with Derrick Rose. And, of course, when Jordan was here, how could you not watch that?
Mm-hmm.
But essentially it's baseball and football for me. And, of course, you don't have any football in Oregon.
Yeah, we just got the Oregon Ducks. Everyone here is crazy about college football with Oregon State and Oregon right now.
Are the Trailblazers still there? No, not the Trailblazers. What was that basketball team?
Yeah, Trailblazers are still here in town. And if you have to rank the pecking order of sports in Portland, it's always the Blazers at the top because it binds the state. And then people love the Ducks and the Beavers, that creates a little bit of dissension, but everyone loves the Blazers.
I know a lot of people like Beavers.
I do.
Yeah, unless they're in your backyard and they're chopping down your trees.
All right, Dennis DeYoung is going to be at Spirit Mountain Casino coming up on October 19th. The Music of Sticks, along with 38 special tickets, are available at spiritmountain.com or at the casino box office. Hey, Dennis, thanks for your time. You are a tremendous individual and a great performer, and I can't wait for the concert.
All right. We're looking forward to seeing all the people in Oregon. My manager, are you ready for this? Quick story.
Give it to me.
Tim Orchard came into my life in the year 2000. I know him a little bit. He was a big, he ran basically a Clear Channel here in Chicago at some venues. And then he got out of it. And then he started managing me. But he's from Portland. And the reason he's with me is because when he was growing up, Equinox was his favorite album. How about that?
That is amazing.
He's from Portland.
That's good stuff. The little local connection there in the interview, Dennis.
Orchard,
nice work.
And he played. Where did he play? He was like a collegiate soccer player.
Well, I can tell you one thing about Tim. I'm also a big fan of Tim Orchard because he's the one that allowed me to connect with you. So a big props to Tim.
I'll tell you why. He did it because you're from Oregon.
Good stuff.
Oregon always goes to the top of his list.
All right. I hope you enjoyed Dennis DeYoung. What a class act he is. When we come back on the Best of the Rip City Drive with Chad Doing, you're going to hear my first ever conversation with Steph Curry going back to 2013 before he was a four-time champion. You know, I mentioned this before, but Steph Curry is one of the more humble global superstars that I've ever come across. And, you know, I had a chance to cover him for, you know, a few years when I was down in the Bay Area. He was very approachable. He'd answer all the questions. He's like the perfect guy to represent your franchise, the true cornerstone. And what makes Steph Curry unique in the Bay Area, you know, you've got an area where you have the city and you've got the East Bay. And it divides sports fans because you've got the Oakland contingent, which were Raider fans and A's fans. You've got the people in the city who were 49er and Giant fans, and there's very little crossover. Now, the 49er and Giant fans are dominant. They control the entire area because there's so many of them. But on the East Bay, it was A's and Raiders. But the Warriors, even though they played for a long period of time at the Coliseum on the east side, it was the one team that kind of unified and brought everyone together. And Steph Curry is a part of that team. And so he is wildly popular on both sides of the Bay. Everyone loves him, and for good reason, because he's the greatest shooter of all time. He's a 4-time champion, and he's a one-of-a-kind individual. Well, I had a chance to catch up with him early in his career back in 2013 when he was still playing for Mark Jackson before Steve Kerr got there. And I just wanted to hear a portion of this. We talk about his shot. You know, his father, Dale Curry, he played for the Charlotte Hornets. But we start out, I asked him about Mark Jackson and maybe something that he's learned about him that he didn't know before he got to the league. And then he talks about, you know, how, you know, hard Jackson was on him because they played the same position as point guard. I guess the best thing I can say about Steph Curry, he's the same guy today that he was back when I talked to him in 2013 for the very first time. Same guy. He hasn't changed. And that's part of what makes him so unique as a big-time superstar. But here he is talking about, you know, what he learned about Coach Jackson.
That's a great question. We're just talking about him as a person, as a coach. He's a guy that gives his players freedom, you know, within a certain, you know, reason. The responsibility he puts on each person to play their role in the team to the best of their ability, knowing that he doesn't have any agendas, he doesn't have any alternative motives that are going to put anybody in a bad position. He's all about, you know, making us look good on the court, putting us in a position to be successful, you know, running our system, and things should work out on both ends of the floor. And it's fun. It's fun to play for a coach like that, you know, when he's so consistent, whether we're winning or losing, in his approach to our locker room and our game. And it's I just love everything about him and how he's changed our identity as a Warriors organization.
No doubt. Now, Steph, is he harder on you because he played the same position, or does it help because he can see the things that you see out there on the floor?
Oh, he's definitely hard on me, and he expects a lot out of me. You know, when I have high turnover games or something like that, he's always going to call me out in front of the team and make sure that I know that for us to get to where we want to go, I have to show up every single night and be, you know, one of the most consistent guys on our team. So I take that as, you know, a challenge and nothing personal, and that he's looking out for me, and he sees, you know, how important the point guard position is to a team, and that's what he did for 17 years in the league. So gotta you know, chalk it up and listen.
I really thought your franchise had a terrific offseason. They unloaded a couple of bad contracts, and then you guys brought in Andre Iguodala, who can do so much. He can score, he can defend, and last night he was setting you guys up with 11 assists. Talk about the addition of Andre and what it's like to have him on your team.
He's so versatile. I think the fact that, you know, in certain games, you know, he can show up and score 25 plus and stuff the stat sheet. In other games, he can, you know, only take 5 or 6 shots, but still find a way to impact the ball, you know, the ball game on both ends of the floor. So he's a guy that is consistent on the defensive end, can guard 4 positions, and gives us you know, versatility that allows us to match up with pretty much every team in the league, and we need that in the Western Conference. You know, being how potent it is from team to team.
No doubt about it. You know, I had Michael Holden in studio last night. He played on that Charlotte team with your dad. He was such a great shooter. You are one of the very best I have seen shooting-wise ever since I've started watching the NBA. But how did that process play out for you, Steph? At what age and how young were you when you started developing your shot? What was your routine like, and how much practice time did you put in?
Well, I put in a lot. I changed my shot in high school. between my freshman and sophomore year.
Wow.
From that hip pocket kind of catapult shot to just above my head, like my full form is now. And that was a tough process, but after that, I settled into my form as you see it now, and not rarely a day goes by where you're not in the gym getting shots up and get ready to. I feel like I can shoot the ball even better than I do now. So it's always about that mission, and repetition is the best way to harnessing that consistency.
I wanted to ask you, you've been in the league now for a few years, and you've dealt with your share of injuries, but what have you learned about the game in terms of taking care of your body and where you're at today?
Well, I played a lot of minutes last year, and felt how sore you get from game to game, and how to make sure you're on top of your body. That's your biggest weapon when it comes to longevity in your career. And if you don't pay attention to that, just like I do studying the game of basketball or getting my reps up, then it's all for nothing. So I've been through a lot of stuff with my ankle and trying to get that right. So I feel like my body's in a good position now to play some more heavy minutes this year, be healthy, be on the floor for my teammates, and have another great year.
All right, when we come back on the best of the Rip City Drive with Chad Doing, we're going to I'm going to bring Travis Demers into the mix, and you're going to get a chance to hear Travis talk to one of his favorites, one of the guys who was paramount in kicking off the Yankee dynasty back in the 90s against the Atlanta Braves. Here on your home of the Blazers, 620 Rip City Radio. All right, you got the best of the Rip City Drive with Chad doing, and I got to be honest with you, I miss my man Travis Demers during the off season because during the season I get to see him all the time. I enjoy having conversation with him, talking hoop, and just laughing about nonsense. But one of the things I really enjoyed about working with Travis is, he's a big baseball fan, loves the Yankees, as you all know. And one of my favorite things is to watch him get a chance to talk to the guys that he grew up admiring. And, of course, the Yankees were wildly successful under Joe Torre and Derek Jeter and the rest of the great crew. And one of the key players early on when their dynasty got underway was Jim Leyritz, who had a monster home run in the World Series against the Atlanta Braves. And you got to remember the Braves won the first 2 games of the series in New York, and it looked like they were going to smoke the Yanks. And then the Yankees somehow, some way won 4 straight and won the series in 6 games. And that was the launch of their dynasty. And one of the key guys that was a part of that was Jim Leyritz, who Travis and I had a chance to catch up with. And I just love seeing the giddiness with Trav when he gets a chance to talk to his guys. So hope you enjoy.
2-2 pitch. Hit in the air. Deep left field. Playing back. Andrew Jones at the wall. Looking. Goodbye. Home run. Tie game. Jimmy Leyritz has tied this game up on a 3-run homer.
Hey, Travis, where were you when that play went down?
I was in my bedroom. It was late at night. My parents were in the next room, and this game was going on forever.
You're in New York at this time.
Yep, Game 4 of the 96 World Series, and I jumped and screamed louder than I ever have in my life watching a baseball game, and immediately my parents came, what are you doing? Like, the game's still on. I'm watching the game. Oh, okay. But that was the home run in 1996 that helped the Yankees get back into Game 4 after being down 6-0. Jim Leyritz hit that home run. He played 11 years in the Bigs, won a couple of World Series with the Yankees in 1996 and 1999, and he joins us now on the Rip City Drive. Jim, great to talk to you. How are you doing?
Good. How you guys doing? I'm just driving home from Yankee Stadium, so
not a bad place. Not a bad place to drive home from. So take us back. We just heard the highlight there. Game 6 in Atlanta, or Game 4 of 96 in Atlanta with Mark Wohlers on the mound, and take us through that at bat after coming down from down 6-0.
Well, yeah, it was one of those things that I didn't start the game. I came in to pinch hit, and before I walked up to hit, I said to Darryl Strawberry in the tunnel, I said, hey, listen, this guy throws pretty hard. Can I borrow one of your bats because I only have 2 left for tomorrow when Pettit starts against Smoltz? And Strawberry said, yeah, go ahead and grab one. So I grabbed the bat. He had a brand new set of Mizuno bats. I grabbed one of those and went up to hit. And as I go up to hit, I looked at Zimmer and I said, Zim, what's this guy got? Zim said, hey, Jimmy, he throws 100 miles an hour. Just get it ready. And went up there to bat. And like I said, the only thing that I knew about him was that he had a 100-mile fastball. So he threw me the first pitch. I fouled it back. Then he threw me 2 sliders. So I said, okay, this guy's got a pretty good slider. So that's the only 2 pitches I thought he had because I figured, as a relief pitcher, they don't have more than that. And so he got behind 2-1. He threw me another fastball. I fouled it back. 2-2 was the count. And then he threw a nice slider that I just barely fouled off. And I thought to myself, being a catcher, that the next pitch is going to be a fastball in. So I took a little half a step off the plate. And from what I've been told is that he saw me do that, and he thought he could get that slider out there again. And sure enough, he tried to throw it again. He hung it. And I was ready, and I hit the home run. I was not looking for slider. I was looking for fastball, but was able to keep my hands back and hit that ball out. And, it's funny. People go, well, you must have been floating around the bases. And I said, well, you know what, to be honest with you, 1995, I was floating around the bases because the game ended, when I hit the home run against Seattle in the 15th inning of the playoffs. But all I could think about was, if we don't win this game, and it's going to be like this, a home run against Seattle when we lost 3 straight, it's going to be a footnote. So the fact that we end up winning the game and the way we won the game with Wade Boggs getting a walk, you know what? My home run became the pivotal point.
Yeah, it certainly did. You were down 6-0 in that game, and Steve Avery walks Wade Boggs. You get the win. And then the next night, like you mentioned, Andy Pettit comes out and throws one of the greatest postseason games of all time, shutting out the Braves, and you guys get that 1-0 win. When you guys won Game 4, after losing the first 2 games at home, was there any doubt you were going to win that series?
Well, you know what it was? After when we came down for the workday, after we played the first 2 games, Joe Torre had found an article that the Atlanta Braves were so happy they swept 2 games in New York because they didn't have to go back to our stinking city, and that they could finish the series in Atlanta. And he kind of used that as motivation for us to take I think he did two things. It took a little pressure off us because he said, all we got to do is win 2 here and get back to New York because these guys don't want to go back there. And sure enough, after I hit the home run in Game 4, for us it was like, okay, now we're going to put the pedal to the metal and really get on these guys. And, Andy went out after that Game 1 performance, and after Game 4, Joe Torre had called me in and said I wasn't going to catch that next day. And he was mad at me. He thought I didn't follow the game plan. And Andy went in and told him, I want to throw to Jimmy. And sure enough, I caught that game. And I take more pride in that 1-0 game than I do in the home run because that 1-0 game was something that I almost wasn't a part of. And, so we win that game. And as soon as we won that game, that was it. We knew we were going to go home and win the Game 6.
We're talking with Jim Leyritz. His book, Catching Heat, the Jim Leyritz story, is available now on Amazon.com. Now, it's amazing, but you were with the Padres during the 98 season, and you ended up playing against the Yankees in the World Series. What was that experience like in Game 1 when the Yankee fans gave you a standing ovation, Jim?
It was really funny because, when they gave me the standing ovation, they're yelling out the starting lineup that night, and I come out, and they give me a huge round of ovation, and then all of a sudden they announce Wally Joyner behind me, and they start booing, and Wally's like, well, we're back to normal now.
That's awesome.
But it was great. I had come back before in 1997 when I left after 96 with the Angels and was stretching in the outfield. And they played a video called Welcome Back Carter. And they had a video montage of me. And that was pretty cool, too.
Now, I've heard you share this story. I wanted you to share it for my buddy. But what is the big difference between Padre fans and Yankee fans?
Yeah, that's always a good laugher because it's just how much appreciation San Diego fans have for baseball. But when we lost the World Series in 1998, the next day we had a parade, and I said, you know what? And I remember being in the car, in videotaping this with my wife and my kids in the car. I looked at her and said, if this was New York, they'd be throwing stuff at us. Can you believe we're having a parade? That was the difference between playing in New York and San Diego.
Jim, when you came up with the Yankees in 1990, it was a bad baseball team, and you had the suspension of George Steinbrenner, and this team lost 100 games, and they couldn't get out of their own way. And then things started to change, and you saw the different trades when Paul O'Neill and Wade Boggs were brought in, and Derek Jeter and Bernie Williams come up through the organization. And in the strike-shortened year, you guys were right there. Obviously made the playoffs in 1995, but when did things change, and when did you notice a change in the culture around the franchise that you went from being the bottom feeders in the American League to getting close to being that best team in baseball again like the old days?
Well, I mean, most people don't like to talk about it because he fired him in 95, but Buck Showalter was the difference. When Buck took over for Stump Merrill, it just completely changed everything. Number one, Stump Merrill was a baseball lifer. He was a great guy as far as knowing being around the game. But there's nothing, and I can tell you guys this, I played for many different managers, and they all had their own strengths and weaknesses. There was nobody that knew the game of baseball better than Buck Showalter. He was 3 or 4 steps ahead of every manager. I remember him just sitting on, when I was on the bench, sitting next to him, he just said, okay, watch me do this and watch what happens and watch this guy do that. He just was such a great general, as far as being able to get the teams ready. The only thing he had trouble with was really the personalities of other players. Joe Torre for me came in at the right time. He came in at the perfect time because Buck had built that to a point where that team was ready to win, and Joe had the right demeanor. He was able to no personalities, no egos. And then, of course, to me, he did the smartest thing ever, was put a coaching staff around him that was second to none. And the guy sitting next to him on the bench, Don Zimmer, was the best baseball person he could ever possibly have. And the combination of Joe and Zimmer, I've never seen a better combination than that.
1996, first game of the year in Cleveland, Derek Jeter hits a home run, and a lot of fans point to that moment as the day that he arrived. But when did you notice that he was something special?
Well, you know what? It was interesting because when Tony Fernandez, and I always say this as a joke to a lot of people, it's been a sin watching these retirement things with Derek and all these guys. because I always thought the Yankees did it right. No, I'm just kidding on this, by the way. But Tony Fernandez should be invited to every Derek Jeter function there is, because if he doesn't break his hand in spring training in 1996, there is no Derek Jeter era. There is no beginning of Derek Jeter, because Tony was going to be our starting shortstop, and they were sending Derek back to the minors. But what I really noticed with Derek is when that happened, he took advantage of it. He said, you know what? He didn't think it was overwhelming. He didn't get scared about it. He just said, you know what? I deserve this chance. I want it. And he went out there, and like you said, he hit the home run on opening day. And I think things just, the way he was able to carry himself through all that, and just show that, you know what, not that I'm afraid of playing in New York, not that I'm afraid of giving the starting shortstop job, but I'm going to embrace it. And I think that's what he did his entire career.
Hey, Jim, how much of a badass was Randy Johnson in his early days with the Seattle Mariners?
Not much of a badass. He wouldn't come out and get me. After he hit me in the face in '95, I waited for him for about an hour and a half outside the locker room, and he wouldn't come out. but I will say this. You can't ever knock a Hall of Famer. The guy is an unbelievable pitcher. He was probably one of the best, hardest pitchers when people always say, who was the toughest guy you ever had to face? The toughest guy I ever had to face was Randy Johnson, but it was also the biggest challenge that I did want, because I wanted to hit the guy. We didn't. I remember the one time in Seattle in Game 5 that we lost. There was a sign, and it showed how much the Seattle fans loved me and Randy Johnson loved me. It said, "Perfect game, Mariners win. Leyritz 0 for 0, 4 hit by pitches."
That's so good. Jim, I'm amazed at how many great managers you had a chance to play for. I spent a couple of years down in the Bay Area, and I had a chance to be around Bruce Bochy a lot. I want your thoughts on Boch. And I remember Rich Aurelia praises him, and he does a great Bochy impression. Do you have an impression or a great story about Boch you can share? Because I absolutely love the guy.
Well, you know what? I'll say this. Bruce Bochy, to me, was the best manager I ever played for and got along with, and really, really just a player's kind of guy. But, yeah, unfortunately, I can't speak as deep as Boch did, and I don't have a size 8.5 head.
He's got a giant dome.
Oh, my God, dude, that dome. If I had nickels for that dome, I'd be rich. But honestly, his demeanor, being a catcher, I think the catchers are always the smartest managers and coaches. But just his demeanor. And the one thing about playing in the National League, it's so important to talk to all 25 of your guys, because at any time you could be pinch hitting, you could be going in. And he really made it an effort for me, because I was able to play multiple positions. I could hit at any time, that he made it a point every day for me to say, okay, Jimmy, here's what you're going to do today. Even if I wasn't in the starting lineup, he said, at some point, you're going to play, so be ready. And he just really was overall the best manager I ever played for.
Jim Leyritz is with us here on the Rip City Drive, 11-year Major League vet, won a couple of World Series with the New York Yankees, also has a book, Catching Heat. You can find it on Amazon.com. Jim, the Yankees in the mid to late 90s, it didn't seem like there was anything they could ever possibly do wrong, and they took chances on guys, and George Steinbrenner opened up the doors of the franchise to guys like Darryl Strawberry and guys like Doc Gooden, and they obviously had success and won championships there. What was it about that environment that helped guys that had a checkered past succeed?
Well, like you said right there, George was willing to give somebody a second chance. And that was what it was all about. And one of the things that I really loved about George is just the accountability that he made you take for the mistake or something that happened before, and the opportunity that you were getting from him to have the second chance. He made you want to do well for him. I almost didn't come back in '96, and it was one of those things that my agents were talking to George, and when Torrey came in, Torrey said to George that I'm going to get Jimmy 400 at bats, I promise, and that was what made me come back. Had he said, I'm not going to use Jimmy like he did in 1990 after '96 very often, I probably wouldn't have come back for the '96 season. But that was the thing. George stepped out, and George said, "Okay, listen, I want to keep this guy." And I should say, there was somebody behind the scenes who was instrumental in also Buck Showalter starting that dynasty of the Yankees, and that was Gene Stick Michael. And, Gene was behind the scenes by 96, and he was the one that said, listen, you need to keep Leyritz in the organization. He can play. And to this day, I thank him because I may not have been on that 96 team.
Jim, I've got a lot of respect for you, and the reason why is because you're willing to be open and transparent and share your story. And you wrote a book, and you're very open, and I love that so much. So take us back to December 28th, 2007. You were acquitted of DUI manslaughter in a terrible and unfortunate car accident. How did you pick yourself up from that, and how did that transform your life to where, you know what, you're going to go out there and share your story to make a difference in other people's lives?
Well, I think that's, the hardest thing in 2007 after that accident was just the fact that I knew that I wasn't at fault, but at the same time I was guilty of drinking and driving. And I knew that there was a state attorney running to become a judge, and she had a name. And I always kind of compare it to the Duke lacrosse type of situation. Was this woman was trying to advance her career on my dime. Long story short, I wouldn't take a plea. I wanted to wait. And I always say this because I think the media was killing me at the time. But after playing in New York and playing for the Yankees, I was used to it. So you know what? It didn't really bother me. And all I could think about was, how am I going to get the truth to finally come out? What do I have to do? I turned to a book called The Purpose-Driven Life, which is written by this pastor named Rick Warren. And it really gave me the strength to fight this thing. And, during that time, I met my now wife, who was from California. I actually met her in New York, and she stayed with me through the entire process, and she actually went to Saddleback Church, and that's how we met. And like I said, there were so many things that happened during that 3 years of waiting for trial that gave me the sign that said, you know what, you've always fought for what you believed in. You've always fought for the truth. Don't take a lesser path. And Rick Warren actually said a prayer over me in January of 2010, that said, do not, let the jury be just. Let them see through with the smoke and mirrors of what the state attorney is trying to do. But please give Jimmy the strength to see this to the end. And really, that's what got me through. And my attorney tried to get me to take a plea, like 2 months before trial. And when all the evidence about the other driver got thrown out, which was our slam dunk case. And I just remember the words that he said to me, see it to the end. And sure enough, after 21 days of trial, we came out with the truth. And, I was convicted of DUI, which was what I was doing that night wrong. At the same time, the accident wasn't my fault. And unfortunately, the woman lost her life, due to some of the decisions that she made that night. So it was just a very difficult time for everybody, for both families and everybody that went through all that.
You've taken the opportunity now in another chance to work with various charities, ALS Association, pinktie.org, September 11th Education Trust. Tell us about some of the things that you're doing now when you have the opportunity to give back to others.
Well, yeah, one of the things when I walked out of the courtroom that day, I said to the judge that I was going to make a difference in people's lives and continue to do what I was doing before the accident, which, I was very involved in charities and foundations before the accident. So those doors have started to open up again, and I was fortunate that two companies have come along and hired me over the last 5 years. And the first one was Pink Tie that hired me to represent their charity, which is a charity that gives back to all different types of charities and foundations that need help financially. But so we go out and raise money for them, and they have a that's their philanthropic side of their title insurance company, which they do title insurance for commercial and residential real estate, and that's where I really make my money to be able to give my time to do all the charity work. And then I was also hired by Warren Moon's company out in California called Sports One Marketing, which also raises money for Warren Moon's Foundation, which gives scholarship to at-risk kids all throughout the United States. And like I said, making that promise that I would go out and change lives, those doors are the doors that have opened, not so much on the baseball side, but I really, really love what I'm doing now. It's been a blessing with these, like I said, with Mike and Rich K from First Equity Title and the Pink Tie. And, of course, with the 9/11 coming up here soon, I've been the Cantor Fitzgerald Day for the last 10 years. And, there's not enough that we can do. We've been very fortunate as athletes to have a pedestal that we're put on that we can go out there and we can help change lives and by doing small things and just giving our time. And, I'm really trying right now to find somebody from Houston that can give me a place to stay, because I'd love to go there and try to help those people out too.
Jim Leyritz is our guest, 11-year Major League vet, won a couple of World Series, has a book, Catching Heat, the Jim Leyritz story, available on Amazon.com, and you can check out his charity work at JimLeyritz.com. Jim, it's been a pleasure. Thank you so much for the time. As a Yankee fan growing up in New York, I always enjoyed you. Always tried to copy your batting stance when I was a kid, and it's a pleasure to talk to you. Thanks so much for the time.
Keep being a blessing, Jim.
Thank you, guys. I appreciate you giving me your time. Thank you.
Yeah, Travis was so happy that day. That's awesome. All right, we'll come back, and when we do, you're going to hear from one of the inspirations in my life that started me down this crazy journey for radio and sports broadcasting. We're going to do it next on the Best of the Rip City Drive with Chad Doing on your home of the Blazers, 620 Rip City Radio. All right, best of Rip City Drive with Chad Doing. Hope you're enjoying your Wednesday. NBA draft coming up 1 week from tonight. And the weather, of course, is spectacular. I love summertime, and it's a great time to be alive. Now, growing up, I never really had a lot of varying career paths. I wanted to get into broadcasting shortly after my dad helped me come to the understanding that being a pro athlete was probably not in my future. And I'd always been fascinated by radio, but growing up, not only was I a big sports fan and I watched sports all the time, but I always paid attention to the broadcasters, whether it be Sports Center or CNN Headline Sports or CNN Tonight or the broadcasters on the games, Dick Enberg and Dick Stockton and Marv Albert. I mean, you name it. I was always paying attention to the broadcasters. But, back in the early days when I was watching sports all the time, early 90s, this is before the internet. So there was no way to log in and watch games. This is before the NFL ticket, Sunday ticket. So the way I would follow the games that I loved on the weekends is that I would watch the game that was on, wait for the 10-minute ticker. I mean, can you imagine that? You've got your team playing. I'm trying to help you understand what it was like back in the day. Back in the day, you had no way to pull up sports scores. So if you were watching a game, and because I was in the Northwest, that was usually a Seahawks game, and the Broncos game wasn't on, and I wanted to know what was going on with the Broncos, I would have to wait for the 10-minute ticker. Most CBS and NBC would show scores of the games like every 10 minutes. So you'd have to wait, and you'd have no idea what's going on in the game. It would drive you crazy. So, with cable television, what CNN Headline Sports would do is that they would have a short little 3-minute, sports report at the bottom and top of every hour. So they would update the games on Sunday, and it was another way for me to check in. Well, one day I tuned into Headline Sports, and I heard this guy with a crazy voice. Sounded like he was having a great old time with incredible pronunciations, and his name is Van Earl Wright. And I followed him throughout the course of his broadcasting career. He's worked really hard to become a caddy of late, which is really cool. He loves the game of golf. But Van Earl Wright was awesome. I mean, legendary. And he was doing things in a crazy way before anybody was. So a lot of the people you see now who have this wild personality and are a little bit crazy behind the microphone or the television camera, Van Earl Wright was doing it before anybody else. So he really was a trailblazer and a groundbreaker. And that's why when you hear me refer to different things like Los Angeles, I'm paying tribute to Van Earl Wright because he's one of my, broadcasting idols. I look up to him. I thought he was awesome. And I had a chance to catch up with him and talk about his career. And I was able to share with him how much I appreciated all the stuff that he did and the inspiration he provided. So I hope you enjoy it. But Van Earl Wright, stud. Very excited. As a youngster, there were a few guys that inspired me as I pursued my career in broadcasting. But this guy, he was my absolute favorite. You may remember him from his time on FSN Final Score as host of American Gladiators, or my favorite back in the day, CNN Headline Sports. He's a Gamecock from South Carolina. It's my pleasure to welcome the one and only Van Earl Wright to Flight 750. Van Earl, thanks for the time. Good evening.
Chad, you have warmed my heart by mentioning the fact that I am a proud Gamecock graduate of the University of South Carolina. Because now, of course, that we can say that with a lot more pride since we're a lot more competitive these days.
That's no doubt. And, of course, I think it's part of your – and I was born in Oklahoma, and I love the fact that you're a Gamecock because your Southern draw adds to your voice, and I love it.
Well, also, I appreciate your kind words, too. Very, very kind, too kind, but appreciate you even thinking about me and inviting me on your show.
You got it, Van Earl. I was going to ask you, for me, I knew at an early age that I wanted to pursue radio. How did that process work out for you, and when did you, discover that you had some talent with your voice?
I really realized that I wanted to pursue sportscasting in the summer after my sophomore year in college, and I had the chance to intern at a fledgling 24-hour news channel called CNN that was only 2 years old at that time.
Wow.
And so I'm dating myself that I am soon to be a recipient of the AARP invitation to join. But that was when I really caught the bug, and I saw the likes of Fred Hickman and Nick Charles and Craig Sager and all the others getting paid to watch ball games and then to talk about it. What a concept.
No doubt about it. It's Van All right with us here on the program. Now, I wanted to ask you this. Early on, I had sent an email to Tom Looney, who's a great voice on Fox, and I asked him about my updates. He encouraged me to be different, use personality, and really push the envelope. Now, during your time at CNN, did you have a boss or someone who encouraged your entertaining style, or did you just try it on your own and see what people thought?
I really just started doing it on my own, and Chris Berman was a big inspiration to me because he did it a little differently, but he made it fun. I really enjoyed watching him. He added fun to the broadcast. You could obviously tell he was really enjoying himself, and sports has always been such a fun thing for me, and I never really wanted to take myself too seriously, and I didn't want to take sports too seriously, so I just started goofing around with it. It caused some interesting reactions amongst the bosses at CNN back in the day. That I will give credit to Bill McPhail, the original boss of CNN Sports, who had some conversations with me, but he never did tell me to stop being myself, and that's what I was trying to communicate to him. He expressed concern because there was a lot of negative mail, but there was also a lot of positive mail, and he had enough experience and knowledge to realize that no matter whether it's negative or positive, if you're provoking someone to write a letter, then you must be doing something fairly right as a broadcaster.
Yeah, and don't you think that that's really and that was the first piece of advice I got when I first became a radio intern. My guy John said, hey, whatever you are, figure it out and just be yourself. Be yourself when you're on air. Mm-hmm. Don't try to be someone else. And don't you think that no matter what your walk of life is, whether it's broadcasting or something else, just be yourself. And I think when you have someone that encourages you to do that, it really sets you free.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. That's a great phrase. It definitely does set you free. And it really is as important set of words as any for someone who is younger and trying to find what they want to do and how they want to do it. Just be yourself.
You know, what's interesting, and younger listeners may find this hard to believe, but I think one of the reasons why you had such a connection with me and other people who were sports fans is because back in the day before the internet, I mean, I had to rely on your updates on CNN with the headline sports twice an hour for my scores. And I was a big Bronco fan, loved John Elway back in the day. And, of course, that was before they had all this satellite television. So sometimes I didn't get my games out here on the West Coast. I would have to go to you to get the updates on the games.
Isn't that just crazy to even think about today with me holding a cell phone in my hand, looking at my laptop and looking at my television, all these sources so instantaneous. And it really wasn't that long ago. I know I'm older, but it really wasn't that long ago when folks really did get their scores, what's going on in a game at 20 and 50 after the hour.
Exactly. And the weird part about that is that, you know, I might see the score. You might give a score out early in the game, and I've got to wait 30 minutes. So for 30 minutes, I literally have no idea what's going on in the game until I get another update. And I'm like, no, they're trailing now. It's maddening.
I know. I know. It really is amazing how different it is in such a short period of time.
You know, you've done so much work, Van Earl, with radio, television, and, of course, voice work. But which one captures your imagination the most? What have you had the most fun with?
Well, I do say that I've enjoyed the television part. That just seems a more comfortable fit for me. And that's probably been the most enjoyable part. And I do certainly aspire at this point in my life to explore other voice over opportunities and narration opportunities. I would love to have the opportunity to do different kinds of things. And I was invited by, of all people, the Cape Cod Symphony Orchestra to accompany one of their presentations this coming August by narrating Casey at the Bat. So I am really thrilled, excited, and honored to be invited to do such a thing, and that's the kind of thing I would like to keep doing.
That's exciting. Now, how much time and effort are you going to have to put into that type of a project?
Hours upon hours upon hours, Chad. It will. Oh, I'm just kidding around. Oh, I'm going to prepare, and but also you can't do it too much to where you come off robotic. You have to always keep that human element and keep it fresh.
Now, I know you're a big sports fan. What type of sports do you enjoy following now? Are you an NBA guy? Do you follow the NFL?
Oh, my gosh. The back button, the last button, is my favorite on my remote. I'm going back and forth these last few weeks and for the next upcoming weeks between TNT and NBC Sports Network, this playoff action. I just love this time of year.
Who are the broadcasters as you were growing up that kind of, I know you mentioned Chris Berman, but who are some of the other guys? Because I remember some of those old school, Turner guys. Like I was a big fan of, I think his name was it Skip Carey? Yeah, Skip Carey.
Oh, yes.
I loved his voice in the NBA games and when he did some of the Braves games. I thought he was fantastic. But you had a chance to be around some guys who had absolute talent.
Yeah, Skip Carey was so much fun to watch as a native Atlantan, and he was a long-time Brave announcer. And before that, he did the Hawk games. And Pete Van Weeren, another long-time Braves announcer. Fred Hickman and Nick Charles were great inspirations for me since they were there when I was first introduced to the business, and they were there when I started working at CNN, so that was a lot of fun. Always enjoyed Bob Costas. Dan Patrick, enjoy his superb skills at interviewing, and I really learned from him about the importance of asking the question and getting out of the way. Which, by the way, you're doing a great job of tonight. Tell me about your show in Portland. How long you been there?
Well, I've been here at this radio station for 5 years, and I've been hosting the show by myself, I think, for about the last 3. But, my radio career has not been glamorous. I graduated from college, and I was interning. I did a lot of high school sports, and I had a number of ground cover jobs over the course of about 10 years. And then finally, you get in front of the right person who gives you an opportunity, and you just try to make the most of it. And so, my show is a lot like how you approach broadcasting. I do not take myself seriously, and that's why I call it Flight 750. I was a male flight attendant for a short period of time, and, it's funny, and so we can joke about it.
Good inspiration for a name. That's good. That's clever.
Yeah, no doubt. In fact, you got to listen to this. This is pretty funny since you're a big sound guy. We just came across this last week. One of our listeners tweeted at us. This is a UK Travelocity ad, and it's all male flight attendants, and this is kind of our theme song for the show. Take a listen to this.
Hi, I'm Carl, and I just want to take care of you.
I'm Jürgen. I service hard.
I can get you off first thing in the morning.
Heathrow, Gatwick. I go both ways.
I'm direct. I'm not into stopovers, but I will do the red eye.
Pick me if you have a tight budget.
I have a full range of films if you like to watch.
I'm very exclusive.
Very accommodating.
I can go up to 12 hours without feeling tired.
So just recline and let me service you.
Hot towel? Hot towel? Travelocity.
So as you can tell, I take myself very seriously on the radio.
That's hilarious, brother. That's outstanding.
And what's great is I can't do it on radio. I can't say Los Angeles without saying to the clip joint in Los Angeles in honor of you, man. It's awesome. Where did you come up with your sayings? Brian Wheeler, the voice of the Blazers, who does things a little bit differently, is a big friend, and he remembers things from his childhood, from cartoons or stuff, and he tries to the things that inspired him. He'll mix them into a broadcast. But where did you come up with your sayings? Like even for instance, when home runs were hit, you're like, he sends one deep over the wall left field. I mean, it's unbelievable. Awesome.
That just came out of nowhere, the home run call. It really did. I mean, people have asked me about that through the years. I just goofing around. The way it used to be set up at Headline Sports, we would just be in a small booth, like 6 by 6, and we would have 2 tape machines and a microphone and, just kind of goofing around in there. And when it's 2 a.m. East Coast time and you're waiting for that Blazer Clipper game to come to a dramatic conclusion when one team is up 30 points, you just get kind of goofy. And so I started goofing around, and then I would get feedback the next day when I would come back into work, and people would say, dude, your 3:20 a.m. report was off the wall. And I'm like, okay, I got a reaction, so I'm going to keep trying stuff.
That's great stuff. What is the biggest thing you've learned throughout your career about yourself that you didn't know when you started?
That I had an ability to not only do the job of informing the viewer or listener, but also to help them enjoy the process of learning about what was going on. I really am thankful that helped people laugh and smile.
You did a heck of a job with that for sure. But before you go, when you look back, what's the one interview that you always look back on that where you're like, wow, I'm sure glad I was able to be a part of that one?
I've had the chance to do a lot of fun, cool, exciting interviews, but I can go back to my very first job when I was the weekend sports guy in Charleston, South Carolina, and I found out that my hero, Julius Erving, and the 76ers were going to have an NBA exhibition game against the former South Carolina standout Alex English and the Milwaukee Bucks at the time.
Oh, wow.
In Columbia. But Dr. J was my hero, and so much class, quality, character, and, of course, incredible skill. And when I found that out, I was sending the 76ers letters and phone calls once a week, trying to ensure that I could have 15 minutes with Dr. J before the game. And sure enough, and he could tell, what it meant to me as, one of his huge fans. And he was so kind and gracious to me. And it was just such an exciting thing to be, starting out in the business and to have that opportunity. It was just one of those things that I've always cherished and been definitely one of the better memories.
Well, that's incredible. Well, I tell you what, Van Earl, I really appreciate your time, and thank you so much for coming on the show. And I just wanted to let you know that you are a blessing and that you had a major impact in my life, and I'll never forget it. And I just always look back at your work, and I'm like, wow, what a pioneer, man. He was willing to do it his way, and I love that.
Well, you're very, very kind, Chad. I really appreciate the very nice words, and I appreciate you taking time from your show to have me on. I'm very grateful, and you keep on keeping on and keep doing what you've been doing, brother.
I will do, and I look forward to hopefully catching up with you in the future, man. Best wishes to you, okay?
Give me a call when you want some sarcastic opinions about what's going on, that kind of. No, just we'll have fun with it, brother.
All right, that sounds great. Take care, Van Earl.
Thanks a lot, Chad.
Wow. All right, there you have it, the legend Van Earl Wright. Hope you enjoyed that. What a stud he was. We'll come back, and when we do, we'll put a nice little bow on this program, and we'll keep things rolling here. Rip City Drive with Chad Doing on your home of the Blazers, 620 Rip City Radio. Hope you've enjoyed the best of the Rip City Drive with Chad doing today. Just another reminder, the NBA draft is coming up in 1 week from tonight. And the Trailblazers are going to do a block party draft edition over at the Rose Quarter campus on June 25th. We're going to be over there broadcasting live, Rip City Drive from 3 until 4:30. Travis Demers will anchor the Trailblazers coverage starting at 4:30. And we're going to be with you throughout the evening, all the way through the first round of the NBA draft and into and past Joe Cronin's press conference. So this is your place for Trailblazers coverage, 620 Rip City Radio. You can stop by next week for your chance to win. We got a prize pack put together, which is pretty awesome. You get 4 Coors Light silver seats to an upcoming Trailblazers game this season. We also have an authentic jersey that's been autographed by Scoot Henderson and a signed Trailblazers pennant. All you have to do is stop by. We'll have a QR code. You scan it, and you'll be entered to win the prize pack. And then the Trailblazers there in the Rose Quarter campus are going to have DJ OG1. They'll have some face painters to get your grill dialed up with pinwheels. They're going to have Pop-A-Shot. They'll have Connect 4. They'll have some fan photo opportunities. The Rip City Remix are going to be on hand. And inside Dr. Jack's, you can sample Michelob Ultra, Coors, Hop Valley, and 19 Acres as we take in the first round of the NBA draft. And we see what the Blazers are going to do with pick number 11. And obviously a good chance that we could see some moves go down as well. So it's going to be pretty awesome. But make sure that you're ready to rock with the NBA draft coming up next week. A couple of reminders that I mentioned this week. If you have not seen Karate Kid Legends and you're a big fan of Cobra Kai or a big fan of the Karate Kid movies, Legends is a great movie. I went and saw it on Father's Day with my daughter, loved it, and it was awesome. So check it out. And, you know, there haven't been too many movies that I've wanted to go out and see. I think that might have been my first trip to the theater in like 5 years, but it was well worth the trip. So that is that. I saw that we may have some rain Friday and Saturday before we get back into the sunshine, but that's okay. So I appreciate your time today. I'll be back tomorrow with the Rip City Drive at 3 o'clock right here on your home of the Blazers, 620 Rip City Radio. Let's take it to the streets.
Hops had runners at first and third, one down. In the first inning, it didn't score. Runner at second, two down in the second, came up empty. Caldwell swings and lines one over the head of the second baseman Placencia and to right for a base hit. DeJesus comes up gunning. Throw comes into second, and Rojas into third base on a single by Caldwell. Caldwell snaps an 0 for 11 string with a base hit to right. Pitch to Tureen. He swings and lines one toward the alley in left center. Heading back and over on it to make the squeeze to School. Rojas tags, racing home. He scores a sac fly lineout for Tureen to the alleyway in left center. 1-0 Hillsborough here in the top of the third. Tureen hit the ball on the button, and School got a good jump on it. Breaking ball swing on a drive toward deep left field. Waldschmidt back on the track at the fence. It is gone. 2-run home run for Randy DeJesus, his 10th of the year. Just missed one back in the second as Waldschmidt caught his fly ball at the track. This not only left the yard, but it would have left the yard last year. It did it all the way over the 10-foot high fence, the old home run fence that's 15 feet on the other side of the new fence. A 2-run shot for DeJesus. 2-1 Tri-City, bottom of the fourth. Najir Victor comes set. 0-2 pitch. And here it is to Angel Ortiz. Breaking ball. Line drive. Pulled into right. It's a base hit. Waldschmidt around second. Coming to third. DeJesus comes up gunning. The throw is cut off by Vera. Throw back of the runner at first. He dives back in. It gets away from the first baseman Nicholson, but not far enough for Waldschmidt to score the tying run. Runners at the corners and one down. On an 0-2 pitch, Ortiz singled to right. The throw came in from DeJesus, who was cut off by Verrett. Ortiz almost rounded too far. And that would have been disastrous. And now Najir Victor. First and third, one down. Infield in. 2-1 pitch coming up to Drew Jones. Victor delivers, and Drew takes one high, and it's off the glove of the catcher Flores to the backstop. Waldschmidt hustles home. The game is tied at 2. On a wild pitch by Najir Victor, and Franco goes down to second base. He comes set, look back at second, and the 2-2 pitch. Fastball pulled on the ground, inside the bag at first and down the line. Nicholson around third, he scores, and Tri-City wins it 3-2. A 2-bagger for Adrian Placencia. Dust Devils stream out of the dugout to go mob him. A team that had lost 13 of their last 15 games, their last 3 in a row, and has been out of the pennant race for more than a week. They knock the Hops out entirely. 3-2, Tri-City wins it.